conversation. He goes, I've noticed a little thing between you and Brett.
What?
Nothing.
No matter what happens, I want you all to stay together, and I want you to do what you need to do to get out of here. Don't worry about me. Help as you can if you can. But mostly worry about yourselves, okay?
I'm not leaving you alone. You can do this.
If anything happens, I want to know that you will be okay.
I'll be safe.
Actually, he flips the conversation. He goes, I've noticed a little thing between you and Brett.
What?
Nothing.
No matter what happens, I want you all to stay together, and I want you to do what you need to do to get out of here. Don't worry about me. Help as you can if you can. But mostly worry about yourselves, okay?
I'm not leaving you alone. You can do this.
If anything happens, I want to know that you will be okay.
I'll be safe.
noticed a little thing between you and Brett.
What?
Nothing, nothing.
No matter what happens, I want you all to stay together, and I want you to do what you need to do to get out of here. Don't worry about me. Help as you can if you can. But mostly worry about yourselves, okay?
I'm not leaving you alone. You can do this.
If anything happens, I want to know that you will be okay.
I'll be safe.
Alright, we ready? Alright, so let's go ahead and recap last session. As the majority of the group waited with bated breath on top of the deck after the explosion of light rocked the captain's quarters, they saw the Minotaur stand up as black fog poured out from the area. Shortly thereafter, the Taskmaster came out to the group that was huddled on the top deck, but he was looking much different and spoke in a way that all could hear and understand him at once. Asking for the traitor that helped the Archfey escape and attacking some of the crew, Richaud piped in, handing him back the collar that he threw into the crowd, and the Taskmaster thanked Richaud as he found out he was the one that summoned them back to the material plane, and giving Richaud a drink from his wine gourd. After the small interrogation of everyone went back to working upon the ship, as the Taskmaster killed people one by one and interrogated their remains. Through some clever tricks of carpentry and useful spells, the group was able to escape the ship just as Saren, who had an unnerving conversation with the Archfey, reappeared, splashing into the water. They all dove down to the sea floor, where they took refuge in a shipwreck and got a long rest. After awaking and seeing an interesting light in the distance, the group decided to try and go along with their original plan to hopefully curry favor with Qatar. They went to the ship they thought might be the proper one and went inside, seeing corpses with blades and glaives pinning to different parts of the ship. As they tried removing some of the blades from the bodies, Kaporin was able to remove the glaive, and as he did so, an overwhelming feeling came over him. Before he knew it, the body he had pulled the glaive out was outstretching its hands, walking forward, asking for the glaive back, which Kaporin complied. And that's where we return. I'm sure everyone's ready for this.
Yay!
Are we going straight into combat, or are we starting just doing things?
Straight into combat.
I need everyone to roll initiative.
It's better for a spellcaster to go later in the initiative, so I'm not complaining.
I wouldn't complain, but I don't have any good spells that go along with that. All I've got is fireball.
All right, so 25 to 20.
Rickshaw is at 21.
$19 to 15.
Porn. And Bryn after that.
Everyone just give me their own numbers so I can mentally do it, and I need the numbers because you have other people you're fighting against as well.
Bryn's a 16.
Nori got a 4.
Oh, during your groups. Kaporn, what did you get?
Porn to 19.
All right, 14 to 10. Nine to 5.
Rashi has an 8.
Four to 1.
Nori got a 4.
Natural 1 for a total of 3.
Okay. All right. All right.
I don't like that head nod.
Okay. So, as you all are here on this level of the deck, let me make sure. Okay, like I said, as you all here on the deck, all of the other bodies have reanimated. They have all. The ones that were pinned up against the walls have all taken the swords out of their chests and are currently holding them. The one that was pinned up against the mast with the glaive is currently holding the glaive. And this one was the one that was crumpled and not pinned against anything with any sort of weapon that you saw, but instead instead you see them holding a small box in their hands. No bigger than a bread box.
And was the one with the glaive also the one that was in heavy
Yes,
armor?
he's the one with full plate armor on.
The box it's holding, is it at all similar to my stone box?
No, these are wooden boxes. Now, this one's going to be a little bit different because I had to pull this from... I got this map and it came with a grid line already. Bryn, can you try moving your character? It may not work. Okay. Yeah, so I had to finagle all of these things so that way, grid-wise, the grid is not an actual factor. Because if I add the grid back... you see it doesn't all line up. And so I didn't want that to be confusing with the black grid versus the white grid. So, oh, Sarah, Kaporan, you're able to move yours? All right.
Yeah, I'm able to move freely.
Everyone else try theirs?
He's the chosen one.
Mine doesn't work.
Neither does mine.
All right, let me see what I can do here.
Orange is hella lucky at the moment.
And Rashi is in the middle of the ocean.
I mean, technically, aren't we all?
Rashi
That
somehow
is true.
ended up on the outside of the boat by going through the walls of the boat.
All right, so you all should be able to move yours now. Just make sure you remember where you were originally. All right. So, as this all commences, like I said, all of them have weapons in hand, and the one at the front has a box. The one with the glaive has the full plate mail armor. The others seem to be wearing some sort of studded leather. They're all elven, high elven, but even so, they look very different compared to like how Saren looks. Though they have the sort of exaggerated features, it's interesting. They have exaggerated features, but not quite. Like Saren has more than all of these individuals combined, which you find is weird for an Elven Armada ship, who, high elves, they prefer to have the more pure blood of them all to be their military might. So this gives you at least an idea of if that was the process and these were the purest of their time, how far back this ship is. Nevertheless, as the glaive gets handed back to the full plate armored elven individual, Richa, you're first to move as the individual in front of you has also started moving. He's clenching his sword and is starting to harry both you and Nori.
Can
There
you
we
hear
go.
me? I just wanted to make sure I could actually have the map up and still speak. So his first instinct would just be to sort of call out and go, I'll meet you outside, and then try and, based on this positioning, bonus action disengage from the one that's next to him and try and somehow impose himself between Saren and the one that's there next to Saren.
They are pretty close together. I mean, this entire area down here doesn't allow for much room to begin with. And though Saren was using his mage hand to pull on the sword itself, he wasn't too far off from it. So, with the boxes and the staircase in the way, I would need an acrobatics check to possibly do it. Remember, everybody, you're underwater, so your speed is halved. All right, so which route are you taking? Are you going to the right of Saren or trying to go over the boxes?
Testing. All right. I would like to go over the boxes.
Okay. And remember, everybody, though it is sideways, the ship is pointed downwards at a downward angle, about 30 degrees or so. So you're swimming kind of like straight down. You can exist basically on top of the boxes. right about there, as you're kind of more floating in the just watery space where Saren's head is. So you can't quite
Sounds
get in
good.
between them, but you're there at least.
I will then try and strike the one in front of me.
All right, go ahead. As you leave, also Rickshaw, you get a little voice in the back of your head that says Nori. All right, that does hit. Okay. That end your turn?
I would be applying Booming Blade with that, but then, yeah, that's the end of my turn.
Okay. All right, Kapoor, you're up.
Kaporin is going to, or I am going to. I'm going to do Mantle of Inspiration for Nori, Bryn, Saren, and Rashi. You all can move up to to your full speed, and you gain 8 extra hit points, or 8 bonus temporary hit points. And then I will be casting. It's an action to disengage, actually.
To
Correct.
straight, just, whoops, sorry, just a straight disengage.
Yeah,
Or I would want to get away from the glaive. So
Yeah, then you need to use your action.
okay. You know what? I am just gonna go for it, and I'm gonna first level spell. Oh no, wait. Second level spell blindness on the glaive guy.
Okay, what's the save?
15 to Constitution.
Okay. That's a 6. That's a 16. That saves.
Oh, yeah, I did it at second level. Then Kaporin's just gonna move back, swim up. I guess swim up above the stairs.
Okay.
Kaporin is at 10 feet.
Yeah, if you
Right.
went straight back and then up 5 feet, then yeah, you can do that. Or try and go at an angle for 5. You still have another 5. But he does get an attack of opportunity.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a 26 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
All right, that is 9 points of slashing damage.
Wow, that was a high roll.
Low damage, yeah.
Yeah, thank God.
All right. Yeah, so you moved 5 feet to go diagonally up over the staircase. So you still got another 5 if you want.
Yeah, Kaporin would kind of like nestle. Just probably stay right there, nestle in between Saren and Rashi. Until you get, unless otherwise he hears
All right.
something else.
That brings us up to Bryn.
actually, I believe if Kaporin uses mantle, we all get, if we want to, use our reactions to move.
And then I'm just putting your character sideways if you're technically, because there's only 10 feet of space in here. So if you're sideways, then you're up in the deck. So that way we get a little bit of a 3D feel to what's going on.
If anyone needs it, I threw Mantle of Inspiration into the chat for you guys.
Yeah. That was immediately, so I'll pull it back. Does anybody want to move for their reaction?
Saren will move. Where's the exit at from where we are?
That'd be over near Nori and Bryn.
Okay. Yeah, he'll move 5. Or is each square gonna be
Roughly,
5 feet?
Yeah.
5, 10, 15. So he's right next to Bryn and Nori.
Okay. Anybody else want to move?
Yeah, Bryn's gonna move out just because if people are gonna go up the stairs, she's gonna be the last one or one of the last
Okay.
ones up. So she'll probably move like out of the way as Saren goes. Try to go,
Yeah.
gets in there.
Okay, so Racha, Rashi, Nori, any of you guys want to move?
I didn't get it, so I can't.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's Bryn, Saren, Nori.
Nori and Rashi.
All right, so Nori, Rashi, either you two want to move?
Nori's very
She's
concentrated.
giving us the 1 second. Rashi, go ahead and type it because your mic's cutting out super hard. I think it's probably connection.
Okay, can you
Yeah.
guys hear me now? Okay, I was hoping I didn't have to be in Zoom because switching back and forth is making things harder. No, I'm not. She's not gonna move. I'm not. If I'm reading the map correctly, I'm not. I'm in a good spot, I guess. So I'm just gonna stay
Okay.
there for now.
Nori, you decided?
I'm just going to move back a little bit because I've seen Preparing get hit, and I just want, again, I want everyone to be able to get out because I've got a spell I want to cast, and I need everyone up there to be able
All right.
to cast it.
Okay, that brings us to
Wait, are we getting out of combat? I missed probably a good
I don't have
minute
Oh,
of conversation.
No, we're not getting out of combat. People are just moving because of Mantle Inspiration. All right, Bryn, go ahead.
She's gonna attack the one right there. So she's gonna go up
Okay, go ahead.
and her 2 swings of her sword. Yeah, we're not gonna say the fire word yet.
Okay. That hits.
Oh. I don't know why that's a dagger. Hold on.
Same exact thing. I'm not sure what's going on.
So it's 11 and then 11. So 22 total.
22? Okay.
I just see numbers and Gaborn's like, huh?
All right, anything else?
Yeah, let's action surge just to see what we can do to this one. And let's do it again.
0. That does hit.
So it's 21 total damage for those two. 11 and then 10.
Man, you did like 40 something damage.
Woohoo.
All right, you ended there.
Yeah, we're gonna end
All
it
right,
there.
that brings us to first sword guy. He's going to make a separate attack at both Saren and Nori. Saren, first one is 15 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay. That's 5 points of slashing. Nori, that is an 11 to hit. Right.
Does not hit.
Okay, that brings us to this female elf is going to open up the box, take out a wand, and is going to use oops, sorry. Forgot I needed to press spacebar. Okay, so it's going to use Magic Missile at 7th level. Okay, so that's 10 darts. So everyone but Nori is gonna get 2 darts. So Rashi, whoop, my D4 decided to try and commit suicide.
I love that voice.
All right, so Rashi, that is it's D4 plus 1, right? Yeah. Okay, so that is 7 points to you, Rashi. Stop committing
Thanks for the extra
suicide,
hit
that's
points, Kaporan.
that is 4 to you, Kaporin.
Okay.
That is 5 to you, Bryn. 6 to you, Racha. 8 to you, Saren. And 3 to Nori. You see her take the wand out, point it out, and the missiles just start firing off into the water, striking everybody in different ways. You see the wand itself actually splinter and rupture and crack apart and fall down past the elven woman as she reaches in the box once more, and that ends her turn. Bringing us to all right, Saren.
I'm making. Is he rolling an attack?
Yes.
Now? Rolls an 8.
Okay, that brings it to a 13 to hit.
I'm pretty sure that still hits. Yeah, it still hits.
All right. That is 5, I think. Oops. No, that is 7 points of slashing damage. And then 1 to you, Bryn. That is 18 to hit.
Miss.
Miss. All right. Okay, that brings us down to Rashi.
Okay. Rush, I'm gonna try doing turn on dead, and I'm in the position where I can get every person or every person that's like
Yeah.
on attacking us at the moment. They have to beat a wisdom of 14 or wisdom save of 14.
Okay, starting with the ones closest to you. Glaive saves. Wand girl saves. Rachaz fails. The one between Bryn and Saren fails. And the one next to Nori saves.
Okay, so all the ones that fail, they cannot be within 30 feet of me, and they can't take reactions. They can only use the dash action on their actions, or dodge if they can't move anywhere. And it's turned for 1 minute or until it takes any damage. So they're all within 30 feet of me, so all the ones that failed are trying to run away from me now.
Yeah, the one between Bryn and Saren and the one by Richaw. Anything else for your turn, Rashi?
You can do cantrips as a bonus action.
Okay, I have some other things I can do as bonus actions too. But does turn undead count as like a full? It just says it's a regular action, so I can't cast a regular spell unless it's a bonus action. Right?
Correct. Bonus action spell or a cantrip? Nori, you're the next player next.
All right. First question: the guy Bryn hit. How is he looking?
It's hard to tell being under here. I mean, there's blood flowing. They are actually bleeding blood. um, he looks pretty. It's hard because it's not like a regular fight where they're, you know, drooping shoulders, heavy wounds, and they're all floating. So it gives you a weird. But this one looks pretty beat up.
Okay.
Your not turn
Um,
yet. Still
okay.
waiting to see if Rashi wants to do anything for their bonus action.
Yeah, I am doing something, but I have to alt tab back and forth. I only have one screen, so it takes me a little bit of time. I am 60 feet. Okay, the wand lady. I am going to do sacred flame, which is a cantrip. Says target must succeed on a dex 14, which she's an elf, so she's probably
She
gonna
got a
make
9.
it.
It's a fail.
Oh, sweet. So she takes she's gonna take 2d8 radiant flame radiant damage here. So let me hit that button.
All right, Rashi. So 8 points of radiant damage. Are you staying there?
Yeah, there's no. I know no reason to move.
All right.
Unless someone tells me to move, she's just gonna
Gotcha.
stay there.
All right, that ends your turn, bringing us to Monsieur Glaive. Going after you, Kaporin, since you were the one that it bonded with.
Oh,
So it
wonderful.
gets advantage on
Thanks
all
for focus-
attacks against you.
What?
You bonded with the glaive, so the glaive has a magnetic ability to try and hone in on you. Okay, so first one is a 22 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
That's 21 points of damage.
Okay.
You still up? Second hit.
3 left.
Wow, that's a 9 to hit.
Save.
Rolled a 2 and a 3 on the attack. Alright. And it's just gonna sit there, and you see the blood from you that's on the end of the glaive seems to just disappear into the glaive.
Pretty.
Okay, that brings us to last guy. He's got to move directly away from Rashi, but he can't. There's a wall right there, so he's just gonna face the wall and try and run into the wall like a weird NPC in a video game.
Does he just cower in fear?
Yeah, he's just gonna still be there, kind of just running into the wall, trying to push himself into the barrels to hide. He's got nowhere to go, and everywhere else would technically bring him closer, so. Okay, that ends his turn. Nori.
All right, let's do this. I am going to cast Heat Metal on the glaive guy's glaive. So I know we're underwater, so everything kind of has resistance to fire, but that's not the point of the spell. The point of the spell is that I'm going to get him to drop the glaive. He has to make a DC.
Well, before you do that, you'll be able to
15 or
see it, so you
16?
know this. The glaive isn't completely metal.
Mm-hmm.
Just the blade on the ends, the 4-foot blade on the end. The rest of it's wood.
What about his armor?
His armor's metal, yeah. He's got full plate on.
Okay, I'm going.
Can't really drop that though.
I'm going to. Yeah, that's okay too. I'm going to cast Heat Metal on that. It's just going to be yeah. We're gonna do it at a 3rd level because that's more fun. And so he'll need to make a Constitution saving throw. Wait, he can't drop it, so he just takes the damage. So he'll take 3d8 fire damage, and he has disadvantage on all attacks. And it has disadvantage on all attack rolls and ability checks until the start of my next turn. And I can use a bonus action on each turn to do the damage again. And that is my bonus action. Did it roll?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it did. So he takes 10. Probably less because we're underwater, but that's fine. And then the guy in front of me, I'm going to attack him with Primal Savagery. We'll see if that hits. It's a 15.
Does not hit.
Okay, so that is the end of my turn.
Okay.
So the one guy's armor is now glowing red hot.
Ooh, hot.
All right.
I've been waiting to use.
Brings
that
us to
spell.
Saren.
Great casters think alike.
Okay. Would I know if I were to cast Fireball right now? I'm sure they have damage resistance to
Mhm.
it, but would the area of the smell also be smaller?
Area of the smell? Oh,
A spell, sorry.
I was like, wait, what are we talking about now? No, it's a magical thing, so the radius of it stays the same.
Okay. I'm gonna try casting Fireball about. That's 20 feet within Kaporin.
So between
Uh,
Kapoor and Rashi, the two guys, the mast, and the two guys near you, you would not be able to get an angle back there.
Okay. Never mind then. I'm gonna. I'm gonna move 5 feet this way.
Mhm. That one's turned, so it can't make a reaction against you, I don't think.
Can't make one turn. I will use my action to cast what is it? Chill touch on that guy.
Richai, you're next.
So,
What's the save on that?
it's a attack roll.
Oh, okay.
19 to hit.
That does it.
It takes, what is that? 8 necrotic damage, and it can't heal until the start of my next turn.
You see the spectral hand come up and kind of attack the elven creature, and as it does so, it slowly starts to disintegrate from the point of impact. Dust and blood and viscous fluid tend to kind of take up the space as the sword kind of slowly starts to fall towards Bryn, because that's where gravity's heading. Bryn, before the sword even gets to you, it also disintegrates into dust.
Ooh.
So that is one of your swords gone. Might be more to this fight than y'all think.
I'm not. I'm just gonna use the rest of my 10 feet of movement to swim out of the ship. Then.
Okay, where you're at, because you need to go up the stairs, so you need to go over Nori.
Oh, I need to go up the stairs.
Yeah, you guys are down below in the first deck. Nori's currently blocking the way out.
I'm gonna.
Can he swim above
Not
me?
where the stairs are.
I'm gonna try. If I see that he disintegrates, I'm gonna try and grapple the guy. Such a bad option. Yeah, I guess I'll try.
Use that elven strength.
I know. I'm -1 strength. I'm gonna try and
All right,
grapple this
do
dude.
athletics check.
Get it, Baron.
Just
Don't.
an attack roll, right? with
It's
strength?
an athletics, but don't
Just
even
imagining.
roll it. He got a nat 20 on his,
Oh,
and he's
he
got a
got
+2 to strength. So
Yes.
So Saren, it's hard in the water, okay? It's a little difficult, and Saren's just not quite used to it, and so he kind of just like shoulder checks you as you get too close.
It's not a good thing. It was just funny.
I guess I've got a bonus action. I'm going to. He hasn't been hit yet. I'll. Oh wait, no. Oh, I didn't even have an action, did I? Wow, I fucked my action economy all up.
Well, your action would be a level spell, but you don't really have much that you can use. That's the problem.
Yeah.
But you can do a cantrip as your action as well if you want.
Yeah, chill touch is an action cantrip, so I think it would have used that first. I guess I'll just bonus action firebolt him right here with disadvantage
Alright.
since he's within 5 feet.
Go for it.
Where's my little disadvantage?
Every time I look at Rachaz's screen, I want it to be a hat for him. So I want to get him a penguin hat. I want to get him a crow hat. I want to get him... Alright, so that does miss.
Alright, then I guess I back into the corner
Alright.
and cower.
Rachaz, that brings us to you.
So, did
He technically didn't. He
Did I
technically
notice-
didn't move when, because I know you said he had booming blade on him.
no? Yeah, I know. It was more of a. Did I notice that when Saren killed the one, the sword went away?
Make a perception check for me. With everything that's going on and the one that's right next to you right now, you don't see an extra sword where that body was, but you're not sure what happened.
Gotcha. Well, this one in front of me is still feared, isn't he?
Yeah, he's currently facing away from you, facing the wall, just trying to smush himself up against the barrels as much as possible.
Does that give me advantage
Oh, yeah.
on the strike or no? I wasn't sure. Let's go ahead. With my bonus action, I want to... Do I really want to do that? No, I don't. I'll just go ahead and swing at him.
Go ahead. Kaporan, you're up next, so be ready. For that one, that does hit. You see it kind of recoil from your rapier a little bit, and it just scares it even further, trying to... It's now, like, got an arm in the barrels, and is trying to, like, sidestep its way into them.
And then, I don't think I can do the action, but I'd like to, if my mage hand is gone, bring out my mage hand as a bonus action.
From the lantern, technically, when you put the lantern away, the spirit would have went back inside.
Oh, I would have imagined it was like on my hip so that we still had the light.
Oh yeah, no, it's you still have the lantern with you. It says bonus action for the lantern to bring it out, right?
Doesn't look like it says whether or not it's an action or a bonus action, but it does say, I think it's just I have access to the mage hand cantrip.
Okay, so if that's the case, then we'll use it the same way that we would regular spells. And so if you do an attack action, you can't do a spell bonus action.
Well, it's only a cantrip that is mage hand is.
Yeah, but I only allow cantrips if you did a spell for your action.
Then let's see. What can I do? With that, and thinking that this one won't attack me because he's afraid, I'm actually going to try and
Remember, you are floating, so you're technically at the top of the room right now. So yeah, you can fly right over him.
So yeah, I'll move roughly there again, trying to. I can't obviously, but impose myself between
Yeah.
Coparin and
Come up
the
in Secret
biggin.
Service. Gotcha. All right. That ends your turn?
For sure. But was that comeuppance?
What about comeuppance?
It sounded like you said comeuppance Secret
Oh,
Service.
no. I was just like, come up and do your Secret Service. You know, do your little. But sure, comeuppance. Let's
Gotcha.
throw
Yeah.
that in there too.
Yeah. That's now what my badge will be saying.
Comeuppance. Got it. Now you just need to open up a muffin shop with that. Comeuppance muffins. Kaporin. Bryn, you're after.
We said Glaive did fail or did not fail his check, right? For Rashi's.
Yeah. So the only one that's the scared ones, one of them's dead, and the other one Richard just hit. So
Okay. If Kaporin Dimension Door, is that attack of opportunity?
no.
Mother flood pucker.
Fuddruckers.
Kaporin is. Kaporin's gonna Dimension Door outside, above the stairs.
Okay.
From where we entered, away from the giant tooth thing, whatever, and cast a I can bring one person with me. I would pull on both Richa and Rashi, but they have to be willing to enter the portal. So I don't know if either.
One willing creature.
Yeah, one willing creature. So
Rashi or Richar, or either one of you wanting to go with Kaporin?
if one wants to, one doesn't. It's
You guys both just feel Kaporin tug at your guys' shoulders at the same time. He didn't say anything. So.
Richard doesn't necessarily want to, but like if the door is there and Rashi doesn't go. Well, no, yeah, Richard probably wouldn't either way.
okay. How about this? Rashi said she wouldn't move unless she was told to
didn't
move.
say anything.
So Kaporin's telling her, damn it. Kaporin's all like grabbing at her, so she's like, "Let's go."
Didn't say anything.
Okay.
Yeah, no. If you were like grabbing at her, like Rashi would like know Kaporin is grabbing at her shoulder, right? Because they were right next to each
Yeah,
other.
you see him reach out and grab your shoulder as well as grab Richard's.
Yeah, she would like kind of shrug him off, like not right now, like because she doesn't know what
Yeah.
he's trying to do. He's not saying anything. So she would like kind of shrug him off, like not right now. It can wait.
Yeah.
Kind of motion.
So you just see Kaporin moonwalk backwards and just disappears
And
from
there's
your
just
guys'
this purple
sight.
glow all behind you, and then just whoop. And then Nori, you see Kaporin standing at the top of the stairs.
Hi.
Heal yourself.
Yes, 3rd level bonus action healing word.
All right, go ahead. Is that going to end your turn?
Yes.
You technically still have your 10 movement.
Yeah. Kaporin will kind of center himself on the top, so he's out of the way of the stairs.
All right. Bryn.
I would have given you better movement, but you left.
Alright, Bryn's gonna go over to this little guy and swing.
You do have
at them.
advantage because of Nori.
Cool. I don't remember how to actually use advantage. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Oh no. Okay.
That hits. That hits.
Oh, cool. Alright, so 20 on the
24.
20 on no. 24, yeah, sorry. So 24 total, and then since I hit them, I'm going to use my feature of there can only be one. So as a bonus action, I can cast, or I can taunt them, I guess, and cast Enthrall.
Roger that.
That's a wisdom of 12.
That is. It is an 8.
Mm-hmm. Cool. So, reading again, sorry. So, they can, consume their entire next turn only attacking me. They cannot use their movement to move away, as well as any and all actions must be used directed towards Bryn. And that's it.
All right. That is your turn.
And that will. Yep.
All right. So, as all this is going down, Saren and Nori, you guys hear on the wall behind you a doorknob turn.
I don't like this. This is not a thing I like.
Reaction, hold the door.
Shove the door closed with all of my 8 strength.
And just turn into like a hippo or something, just sit there right in front of the door.
As the door opens and swings forward, you see the 2 individuals currently in the doorway holding glaives wearing full plate armor, and multiple other individuals walking in from behind them. I gotta quickly roll there. Oh, damn.
Oh no.
The silence followed by quiet dice hitting paper is very unnerving.
Yeah.
All right. So, as the door opens up, which it's hard to see. But it was right next to Nori. Right at the base of the stairs. You see 2 of the individuals kind of like one of them has opened the door and is standing directly behind it while the other one is like starting to lean in and look as to what's going on in this other room. You see movement behind, and you're guessing there's about 4 of them back there. But they all are moving in this general direction. So that ends that turn. Bringing us to... Wait. Which one was that? Had to take out the guy that died. Okay. That brings us to this guy who has Enthrall put on him, so he has to use all of his attacks attacking Bryn. First one, that is a 10 to hit. That does not hit. Second one is a 25 to hit.
Yeah, that one hits.
That is a 6 points of slashing damage. Okay, that'll end his turn, bringing us to he goes through the doorway that's behind the stairs. And then that takes us to Miss Wand. After she is reaching into the box, she reaches out and pulls. Which wand is she pulling today? Ooh. Okay. All right. Okay, let me see. So just so you know, there's 4 wands in the box. She rolls to pick which wand she gets out. Each wand then gets rolled how many charges it has left on it. She been rolling real good.
Was that what the level 7 was?
Yeah, I make them roll a d8, and if they get a 7 or 8, they get all their charges back.
Does magic missile go through the grates of the floor?
Oh, it's not magic missiles. Saren will know this one. Okay. All right. It's a lot of flipping through tabs to make sure this is all correct.
It's the call of the wild Saren.
I need Rashi, Richa. Actually, hold on. Let me make sure this is correct radius. Okay. And this is going to affect you too, Kaporin, because this goes around walls. So everybody give me a dex saving throw.
Is that just the names you listed off, or everyone?
Everyone.
Dex saving throw?
Correct. 5.
Wait, is it the same thing?
My only successful saving throw will forever be the handshake.
Okay.
That wasn't important.
Dexterity saving throws.
Sorry, I don't know why the next one rolled.
It's all right. Okay, so I'm just trying to read this correctly because all of this stuff that I'm doing in the background is hurting my brain. It's a wand of fireballs. It got 5 charges on it. It's burning all 5 charges, so that makes it a 8th level fireball. Is that correct?
Oh boy!
Because it starts at level 3, so then I think that's correct.
It's a wand of fireballs?
Yeah.
Look it up. I'm pretty sure you're
Yeah,
right.
it says for 1 charge you
Um,
cast the 3rd level version. You can increase the spell slot by 1 for each additional charge. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh no, 7 level.
We do get resistance to fire damage because we're underwater, or is this just it's magic type of a rules?
I would have done the same for his. It's magic.
Alrighty then.
I was half expecting Saren to do this and just fuck everybody up.
I really want to, but as far as Saren's concerned, he needs Nori to get home, and Nori's not going to take him home if he murders everyone.
You are correct.
His designated driver needs to
Okay,
survive.
so 1d6,
Without me, you guys all die down here.
9,
Because that was the first thing I was going to do, is I was going to
I can
fireball
heal
for him.
myself.
6.
Mm-hmm. No, we're underwater, and I've cast water breathing on all of you. And if I die,
If Nori goes bye-bye, we all go.
oh no!
All right. All those that scored less than a 15 on your dex save, you take 45 points of fire damage.
Rashi takes half because I have resistance against fire.
And then under 15, over 15, you take 23 points of fire damage. And Richaw, you're special.
And then I'm going to use my reaction of Shield Master Evasion to take no
Alright.
damage.
Saren is extra crispy and dead.
Unconscious or dead? Okay.
Unconscious.
There's a difference.
Soon to be dead.
The porn is unconscious and then beginning to rise up to the
To the surface.
ocean.
All right, I got to
The
roll for
surface.
my people. Okay, so we have fail.
Rashi is bloodied, so
Fail.
but I can heal myself.
Porn should never have trusted the ocean. He already gets seasick.
Oh goodness, I'm right below you. I can see you. I've got you.
All right. So after the fire encompasses majority of everybody around here, even with Bryn being pretty much like directly next to the origination point of the blast, she somehow comes out unscathed with her shield glowing molten. You also see that a large majority of individuals that had weapons upon them have all perished. And their weapons have disintegrated along with them. Funny enough, though, all the
Yay.
glaive individuals made their saves.
I mean, all the glaive people are in full plate, so they should have good saving throws.
Armor doesn't affect saving throws.
Yeah.
No, I know that, but if they're in full plate, they're probably like fighters or paladins or something. So usually those classes have good saving throws?
Only for fighters and barbarians both have strength and con only.
All right, so now I need to erase some people off the board here. Click, click, click.
Put them on, take them off. Put it on, take it off. We're in a kung fu show now.
Okay. So with that, the wand cracks apart in her hand once again, and she lets it go, and it starts to float past her as she starts to reach in for another wand. Bringing us to and Rashi, your turn. Oh, it was Saren and Kaporan who were unconscious, right?
Yes.
Also, yes.
Okay, Bryn's basically the only one that didn't take damage from the fireballs, right?
And Rich Shaw.
Bryn and Richa.
Oh, Richard didn't. Okay, cool.
And Nori is still standing. She's okay.
Still standing or like barely standing? Because those are two different things.
I've looked better, but I've looked worse.
Just seen her when I found her in the forest.
So what do you like to do, Rashi?
Okay. Okay, I have two things. So first, because no one's done this because they've all been in fights and stuff. Um, is there like having seen the one person die and the two people now and the weapons disintegrate as the bodies die, is there some sort of, would that be like an intelligence check to see if she can figure out like, okay, what's going on, because like we know we need these weapons but they're disappearing, so as we kill the people, like what kind of role would that be?
It's going to be a high DC because most of them died in fire, while one of them died behind you. But go ahead and give me a perception check.
Oh, it died behind me? Because I thought the way that my token was facing means that I saw it.
No, the way that your token is I mean, unless you're not facing the person that's directly next to you. I just assumed that you would face towards the closest enemy. Your token's just facing in that direction to... Because that's how it loads in on the map, really. Nobody heard me on that?
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right, because that's the way that her picture is facing. Okay, so never mind on that then. I am gonna cast a prayer of healing. I can't see Kaporan, so sorry, Kaporan, I can't help you. But I'm gonna cast a second level prayer of healing on Saren. It's 2d8 plus whatever my modifier is.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I'm pretty sure Prayer of Healing is a 10-minute spell.
It's instantaneous for me.
What's the casting time?
It is. Because usually that's what you do over a short rest.
Oh yeah, never mind. Sorry. Okay, I misread that. So then I am not doing that, I guess. Shit.
Do you have healing word?
And Nora, you're the next player that's up, but the glaive guy is in between.
And Glaive Guy gets disadvantage on all his attacks.
Okay, so change of plans. No, I don't have healing word because I didn't think that it would be a useful spell for hit point wise. Okay, this alt-tabbing shit is pissing me off. Okay, so I'm gonna cast. Let's see. I'm gonna cast a second level guiding bolt at Wand Lady because she's pissing me off as a player, and she's pissing me off as a character.
Is that a save?
It's a roll to hit, so
No,
Rashi misses.
I made a roll to hit her. It's a ranged spell attack, so I don't know if that changes at all.
No, it misses either way. Is there anything you want to do with your bonus action?
On the board, I know we're floating in the water, but the person that's near me in Racha, am I close enough to hit that person?
Yeah, they're all still within 5 feet. Or Wand Lady's
Okay,
10 feet,
excellent.
but yeah, the glaive guy is right next to you.
Okay, then I would like to attack that person with my mace, which has a 5-foot reach. And
If you...
Can I do that? Oh,
yeah,
no, I cast a spell. I
exactly.
can't do that, huh? Okay, my bonus action is I'm going to cast Searing Smite on myself. So the next time I hit a creature with the melee weapon, I get some cool stuff
Roger
that happens.
Okay, that brings us to Mr. Glaive, who is more interested in the floating bird next to him. With disadvantage... Oh, that's already going to miss. Yeah, that's only a 9 to hit.
I am a very interesting bird.
Uses a second attack against you. Better, but that's only a 15 to hit.
It
All
misses.
right, so 2 swings with the glaive, and they just catch water.
I imagine I'm just like bouncing off the walls, just pushing off and pushing off in every
yeah,
direction.
back and forth. All right, that brings us to Nori.
Alrighty, what do I want to do here? I had so many opportunities, and I don't like any of them. I can see Kriparan from where I am.
No, he
correct?
moved away from the top of the stairs.
Ah, fuck me. Oh, and then I don't even know he's down, do I? Oh, that's sad.
Everyone's learning what it feels like to be an angel.
In the arms of an angel.
So this guy right here, hold on. This guy near Sprin, how is he looking?
He's got
I wanna try
some
something.
seared properties to him, but he's still hanging in there.
What I want to do is I want to try to use Thorn Whip to grab his weapon from him.
Okay. Is Thorn Whip an attack roll?
It is a ranged attack.
Okay, so I will up his AC since you're trying to get a very specific item, but his armor class. But yeah, you can go ahead and try that.
Yeah, it's
Where
worth
are
a
you-
shot because I keep
Yeah, where are you
disappearing.
planting the thorn?
I would just be trying to grab the weapon out of his hand, but that would miss because I rolled a 10.
Yeah.
But that's a cantrip, so I'm gonna try it
Okay.
again.
And what I mean by planting the thorn, like, because it moves at 10 feet, but where do you want to place it? Like at the floor next to you, like because
At the
Okay.
floor next to me. Yeah, I'm not touching
Yeah.
that thing. And then I'm gonna cast it again and pray I roll well. I rolled worse.
roll damage.
I rolled. Oh dear. Oh no, I'm gonna hit Bryn. Oh my goodness. Sorry, Bryn.
Yep.
I dragged her
You're
closer
going
to me.
through all the way over right next to you. So yes, Bryn, you take
She just really wants me
you
next
take
to
10
her.
points of damage as this thorn just whoosh, right around your leg and just drags you back through the water, and you're just like, the fuck. Luckily,
Sorry.
I won't consider it
I missed.
attack of opportunity, but you are now moved.
Yeah, that's actually how the spell works.
Okay. Yeah, are you staying there?
I don't know Koparin's down.
Or Saren?
Oh, but there's.
The one behind you that's floating up
I
against
also
the
can't.
ceiling.
I forgot about Saren. I'm sorry, I forgot that he was dead.
And the door that's open right next to you with two glaive people.
Yeah, then I'm just gonna swim up because I swim up, and then I instantly see Koparin dead. Just like, fuck.
While she's kicking behind her to swim, she kicks Saren.
Right in the jaw.
I kicked Saren in the head. Yes, I'm really sorry. I forgot. I was excited about my Thorn Whip plan, but
She actually
I have
set you
bad luck
up
with
to-
Thorn Whip.
She set you up for survival because Bryn's next to you now.
Saren brings us
Bryn
to
can't
you.
heal.
Go ahead and give me a death save. Richa, you're next. We'll only use one, but it was still a fail.
I wasn't
I'm
sure
so
if
sorry.
Yeah, no worries, no
Yep.
worries. Okay, that brings us to Richa. Nori, but at the same time, give me a perception check. That wall of light that was pointed out to you before you guys went in is increasingly getting closer.
Mhm. I shout down to everyone. The wall of light, it's getting closer.
Richa, it's all you, buddy.
All right. So Racha's gonna look over at Rashi, a little irritated she didn't understand him, and he's gonna just sort of yell very frustratedly, "Piss off, human!" and try and slide up next to her and
Ryan, you went mute.
sorry, I tabbed out. Try and shove her back with, or would shoving her cause an attack of opportunity? I guess.
So it's an interesting concept of forcibly moving someone else out of a creature's range. I've been talking about it with a few people. And if you're going to shove in this particular scenario, if you succeed in the strength check for the shove, an opportunity attack would get pulled, but since you're in the way, you would get the hit. Now, in case of like Nori's situation, if some creature came and tugged someone else back out of the way, it wouldn't incur any hit on any creature because it's happening too quickly. But if someone is either in front of or parallel to, then they get the hit instead because they're trying to attack to stop. Like they're trying to hit your arm or something to try and stop the movement. You'll still get the movement unless they have Sentinel or something. But in this case, you would, if you are successful, then they do get to move. It's just you get the hit.
Why am I being shoved?
Just Richa being Richa.
Okay.
He basically yelled "piss off, human" at you, and is trying to encourage you to move in that direction. Is what he's basically.
GTFO.
Okay. Why?
It's Rachaw's turn, so let him just do what he's doing. And also for everyone to make it easier with the whole alt tabbing thing, when it's your turn, go ahead and feel free to take yourself off push to talk.
Makes sense. What was this
Okay,
roll?
so for this, it's going to be an athletics check. And then depending on the person that you're trying to shove, the athletics needs to... hold on, I had the whole thing... I have the diagram up here, 1 second. So to push someone, it needs to be their weight, not their equipment weight, just their weight, divided by 10. So for Rashi's sake, it's 15. So it does not succeed. So you try to push her, and she's just too heavy, and you just kind of like lean into her for a moment, and then she's like, "What?" And but go ahead.
Bonus action. He will bring up his wrathful smite. He'll bring up onto his blade.
Okay. And you're gonna stay there? You still have 10 feet of movement.
He will. Yeah. He will. I think that's 10 feet, right? Or is
That's
it a
about 10
little bit
feet.
more? Then yeah, he'll get in the range of
He
that
would get
one.
an attack of opportunity on you, but it's at disadvantage because of the heat metal, which only makes it a 14.
Misses.
All right. Okay, so you staying there?
I guess the only other thing would be, am I still on the roof if I tried to shove Rashi?
No, it'd say you.
So I'll just.
Okay.
That should be the rest of my turn.
All right.
Yep.
That brings us down to. Bryn, you would get an opportunity attack as he walks through, chasing after Nori.
And that's only one swing, right?
Nice. That hits, by the way.
Angel Caporn greatly agrees.
The damage is not rolling.
Angel Caporn looks down upon this action with favor.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a fairy of a purple dress to show up all of a sudden.
I don't know what the hell I'm doing right now. I'm sorry. Give me a second. Apparently I'm doing a battle act by accident.
I think you could just oops. I think you could just click the little flame tongue longsword and roll 20, and it should roll the damage.
It wasn't clicking, so that's why I had to do that, and then I clicked the wrong thing. All right, there we go. I think I got the right one.
Okay, so 3. So altogether, that ends up being 12, because it should double your, since you got a nat 20. Alright. Okay, 2 attacks against you, Nori. First one is a 15 to hit. Second one is a 9.
They both miss.
Hey, look at that. Okay, that brings us down to Kaporin. Kaporin, death saving throw. Hey, that counts as 2 successes.
Oh, I thought you popped back up.
I don't do it that way. A nat 20 will give you 2 successes, and nat fail will give you 2 losses. Because if you do the nat 20, pops you back up no matter what, then technically the nat 1 should kill you no matter what. So I feel it's a little fair. It's still a great boon. It's 2 successes, so it makes it a little bit more understandable to take a fireball to the face, then next turn just be like, I'm fine! Okay.
That works.
Brings us next to... Two attacks against you, Bryn. First one is only a 13. Second one is a 19.
That is my armor class.
All right. Where did my d10s go? Oh, there they are. That is 9 points of slashing damage. And that'll end its turn, bringing us to your turn.
Alright, we're gonna try something new. So Spare the Dying is a cantrip, but it says it's an action. Can that still count as a bonus action?
If you're doing another spell, then yeah.
Yeah, so I'm gonna cast that on Saren.
Okay, Saren, you are stabilized.
And then I'm also gonna cast Blur on myself. Yeah, that's what we'll do.
Okay, so Blur is casted upon thine self. You see Bryn's visage, it's weird with the water refraction as well. It looks even like more obscured than regular Blur does. It looks like someone took like watercolors and just poured a shit ton of water on it, and it's just all like what that one painter that does the Scream. Is that Van Gogh? No.
Yeah, Van Gogh. Yeah, I think Van Gogh's the
No,
one.
the
Hero.
Scream is
There
Edward
you go.
Munch.
It looks like it's just fucked up. Like something's wrong beyond belief. All right, so Bryn, you're staying there, right? Okay, that brings us to Wand Lady. Oh, right.
Have I been floating upward?
Yeah, you only float at 5 feet per turn, so. No, you're only 10 feet off. Well, technically. You're floating in that direction because the ship is nose down. All right. Okay, so that's a little bit better for you guys. How many charges does it have? Okay, not too bad. This is going to be Rashi, since you are the closest one and you took a shot at her. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. Okay. You are paralyzed for 1 minute. At the end of each of your turns, you can save against it again. But that'll... And actually, she's going to try and move a little bit. Alright, that'll end her turn. Bringing us to the guy that Richaw is fighting. Richaw, it's going to be 2 attacks against you. First one's only a 6. Second one's a 15.
Both of them.
All right.
miss.
It's going to... kind of float around over there. Bringing us down to Rashi. So you can go ahead and make another con save, Rashi. Still paralyzed. Bringing us to Mr. Glaive. Nori, you did not use your bonus action to keep up heat metal, so he does not have disadvantage. So he's got extra advantage because Rashi's paralyzed. What the fuck number is that? Okay, so that is an 18 to hit Rashi.
No, that misses.
Okay, second attack. As a 19 to hit.
Also
Hey.
misses.
Even with paralyzed, can't touch her. Okay. I'm just going to be pissed off that he can't hit the immovable person in front of him. And he's going to stand there, bringing us to Nori.
I imagine he hit her. It was bouncing off the shield. It
Let's
was
just
like,
say that the
ping.
water was dragging it too much, so by the time it made contact with her armor, it was like, tink.
That's so infuriating.
Oh dear. All right. I'm looking at this guy who is it a full plate
Yes.
glaive guy? Oh, fun. All right. So I'm going to healing word Preparin, just like I need someone here. It's only 6, but could be worse. So Preparin, you're back up, and then I'm going to just use Primal Savagery and attack this guy. That's not going to hit because he's in full plate.
All right.
I don't like that you're
No,
writing
sorry,
stuff
I
down.
was moving people around on the lower deck, and just hit the wrong couple tabs and ended up being in completely different areas. I was like, oh shit, this is not the right screen. Okay. Yes, 15 does not.
Can I move over a little bit, still being in his threatened area, so I don't take an opportunity attack? I'm gonna go over here.
Okay. All right, that brings us to Saren. You are stabilized, so no death saving throws from you. And then back to the top, Richaw.
Would I be able to tell that Rashi is currently paralyzed and the wand user is the one doing it?
Yeah, with everything that's going on, you could tell that.
Then I will push off the ground again and dash towards her with a bonus action disengage from the one
Okay.
on me and try and skewer her.
Go for it.
You are the witch.
I take umbrage with that comment. I don't want to be skewered. The stairs Rashi's by, that's
Yeah.
downstairs, right?
That does hit.
So no sneak attack, correct?
She saw you coming.
I didn't mean to actually roll that. That's my bad. So that's 11 damage total, with 6 being psychic, and then she needs to make a
Wisdom.
wisdom 13 saving throw.
All right, that is a 7.
All right, she is afraid of me.
Okay.
And then also a con save, I would imagine, for the wand.
The
spell.
wand does its own thing. It's not a concentration spell that she holds up. It is a charge from a wand, so one of the few bonuses to using wands for certain spells. Okay, so you staying there?
That would have been at least the majority of my movement. I don't know if I have more.
You would have 5 more.
I'll go there.
Okay. She'll get an opportunity attack with her hand.
Even though I bonus action
Because you
disengage.
disengaged from one guy, not the other person. Because you re-entered someone else's combat
it's all
area.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's just an unarmed strike. Hey! Fucking 18.
She did hit me. She have negative strength?
No, she does not. Because she is still a sailor. You take 2 points of damage. As you start to swim away, she just reaches out and just smacks the crap out of you. Okay. After Richaw brings us to Nori's glaive guy. Being harassed now by Kaporin, who is up. I'm going to take 1 in each of you.
Wait, what did Kaporin do to him?
You're up, and you're not one of them. Okay. Who wants it?
I'll take the higher
Okay.
one.
Kaporin, that's a 16 to hit.
It's a hit.
$15 points of slashing damage.
Kaporin's down again.
Nori, that's a natural 20 to hit.
Figured as much.
That's 19 points of slashing damage.
Still standing, baby.
Okay.
Not by much, but I'm standing.
All right. With you now down, he feels comfortable moving there, and that's going to end his turn, bringing us to Kaporin. Go ahead and make a death save.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's not pretty.
So that's 2 death saves. Failed. Bringing us to Glaive with Bryn. Bryn, 2 attacks on you. First one is a 10. Second one is a 13.
And those are both with disadvantage.
Oh, even with disadvantage. Okay, so
Okay.
the first one is a 10 still. Second one is a 10.
Nope.
All right.
I guess wouldn't have hit
Yeah.
anyway. I had to make sure I remembered to say I had blur up.
Yeah, I completely forgot. Yeah, Richard over there wanted a nat 1 to stab himself or something. Bringing us to your turn, Bryn.
Alright, she's gonna This guy's a glaive guy,
Correct.
right? You said.
Pretty much besides the wand lady and one other sword guy, they're all glaive guys.
All right. We're going to take 2 swings at the guy.
Okay, go for it.
And they're in plate mail, right?
Yeah, full plate.
Sorry.
That definitely hits. That one, not so much. So the first one would actually be a 16 because of the double damage. Why is it not giving you a modifier? Oh, I see what happened. Okay, never mind. Oh, okay, so it's a 20 altogether because it rolled an extra d8. Got it.
And then it's not flaming, so there's no fire damage.
He is looking hurt. Anything else you like to do?
Let's. Yeah. I'm gonna bonus action second wind.
Okay. Sounds gootin'. You staying there? Roger that.
Yep.
Okay, bringing us to Wand Lady. Racha, go ahead and give me a con save. Racha is now paralyzed. Just gonna hold behind those boxes and wait for her next turn, bringing us to the sword guy.
You don't have the perfect spell to help them, but Kaporin's dreaming
Two
about
attacks on you,
angels right now.
Bryn, with disadvantage. First one's a 16. Second one is only an 11.
Nope.
All right, bringing us to Rashi. Rashi, con save. DC is 15. Most wand DCs are 15. Rashi, you are still paralyzed. That is your third round being paralyzed. So you got 7 more to go.
I only have a +1 con, so this might take me a bit.
Bringing us to Mr. Glaive.
Which
The original.
Oh man, I
Okay.
forgot. Technically, would I have even gotten that spell cast on me because she was afraid of me, or no?
But she's afraid of you, so she can't get closer to you. That's true. But
All right, just wanted to
yeah,
double check, and then she'd have to make the save again. Having a space bar.
yeah, it's hard.
As my talk makes it always wants to roll on.
No worries.
D&D now.
That is actually with their -1 to wisdom, a 12.
It's wisdom
So
13.
she's
still.
still afraid of you. So yeah, since the wand isn't like an attack roll, doesn't have disadvantage or anything like that, but yeah, she can't get closer to you. I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me.
Paralyzed body, scared.
Man, she's seen some things, okay? All right. The two attacks against you, Rashi. The first one is only a 14, even with advantage. Second one is same roll, 19.
No, it misses.
He's been beat up a little bit, so he's just really weak getting that glaive through the water, and it's still just tink, tink.
I imagine that her hair sort of blends in with the water a little bit, so he's like, I see something, but I don't quite know if it's what I'm supposed to hit.
All right. So that brings us down to Nori.
Alrighty, let's have this fun turn. Okay, we're gonna do another healing word. I'm running low on spells. I guess I'll do it another first level because I have to. So that's 9 to Kaporn. And then I'm going to turn into a giant octopus. And technically normal octopi, even the big ones, can fit through holes smaller than a quarter. So I could fit through there. And what I'm going to do as a giant octopus is I'm going to use my ability Ink Cloud. Let me find everything. This is just funny. 20-foot radius cloud of ink extends all around the octopus if it's underwater. The area is heavily obscured for 1 minute. So that means he will get disadvantage on attacks against Corporan, and I get a dash action as a bonus action. So I'm going to go back into the room with my 60 feet of speed and just try to prevent everyone from dying.
Start throwing a tantrum in there.
All right, you should be able to move the octopus around.
Ray, I'm an octopus now. Okay, so now there's a 20-foot radius of ink. It can be dispersed by the current, but I'm now in here. I've had a dash as I can go dash through, and I'm in here now. And I want to prepare myself to grab the paralyzed people and get them out.
Do people need to make an intelligence check to realize it's Nori that just
You guys
sunk
are-
through the
You guys are
top of the
paralyzed, so even if you did, you're just like, ah!
Yeah, I don't think anyone she's trying to grab is capable of fighting back.
Bryn's just looking like, what the hell? I already have to fight these two
The
people.
20-foot radius of ink cloud, does it say if it goes around corners and everything?
Extends all around the octopus if it is underwater. It doesn't say if it goes around corners.
All right.
So I think it would just be up there.
So Kaporan, you wake back up, and all of a sudden now it's just darkness around you.
Wonderful.
I had to make sure he didn't get hit Kaporan again.
I love it. Kaporan is now in an inky mess.
Also, just to mess with Kaporan, you're now breathing in ink, so have fun.
It definitely gives a metallic taste in your mouth, more so than the iron in your blood has already been doing. All right, so Nora, you're staying there?
Let me see, where am I? Yes.
Okay, that brings us to Saren. You're still stabilized, so no death saves on your end. That brings us to the top of the round with Chalk. Con save.
That was a really fancy animation on D&D Beyond for
For an at 20.
hitting an at 20.
Well, you at the end of your turn, you make the save, and you are no longer paralyzed, and you now see an octopus just floating in the water, reaching its tentacles out towards you.
I wave.
You just see each tentacle waving to different directions to different people.
Just,
If it,
Richard, it's me.
if she is trying to okay, well, if you say that mentally, I'm like,
All right.
help, and point towards Rashi.
All right. Bringing us to for your ink cloud, is there a DC or anything for perceiving through it or anything like that?
Nope. It's just heavily obscured
Alright.
for 1 minute.
Can Caporan play dead? I don't know.
It was my best option. I was at 7 HP and I'm at 52, so
We're sitting at a nice 9. Well, I don't know how much longer, but we'll see.
All right, you just move out of the cloud, in the direction if anybody was going to come out and go straight up. That ends his turn, bringing us to Kaporan.
Am
Yes,
I in the?
you are in
cloud?
complete darkness.
Well, crap.
I would have healed you and you would have seen me turn into an octopus, so you know it was me who did this.
If I was to use Mantle of Inspiration,
Does it
would
say
that-
you have to see them?
if I call... Oh, yes. Actually, now that you say that, yeah, I did. Warren doesn't see anyone. He's gonna do 2nd level healing word on himself and sorry, we'll roll for this guy. And he will just prepare a reaction. If he sees one of those weird elven creatures, he will stab it with his rapier.
Bringing us to Glaive on you, Bryn. 2 attacks, both at disadvantage. First one is a 10. Second one is a 20.
Well, 20 hit.
All right. $20 points of slashing damage. And then a con save. You just need a 10 or... Actually, yeah, 10 or higher. Ooh, just barely.
Nice.
So you keep your blur. That ends its turn, and now it's your turn.
I guess, can I tell which one is more hurt of the two that are both attacking me?
The glaive guy seems to be barely hanging on.
Alright, we're gonna...
And you can also do one attack and see how it does, and then switch over the other attack.
Gotcha. Yeah.
For everyone who's
Oh.
been close, so Bryn, everyone who's actually like either killed one of these things or been right next to it when it died. It's been Bryn. I think Bryn's been the only one that's been right next to someone as it died. No, Saren was too.
No,
Yeah, me, but
was-
I'm unconscious.
I technically was too in the
Oh, the
giant
fireball doesn't count.
but I don't know if that matters. Yeah.
yeah, and I was right next
That's
to
right.
Bryn
So,
and Saren when that
Bryn,
one guy died.
Saren, and Nori, go ahead and all of you give me intelligence checks.
Would I still
Yeah.
make it since I'm unconscious?
This is... If you wake up, if someone heals you enough to come out of it, you'd be able to impart some wisdom.
I rolled well for once.
Where? I don't see it.
Let me see. Did it not go through? That's
Yeah,
sad.
it's not on mine either.
Take a screenshot. It feels really good.
Ah! And then I roll it too. Nori has no idea what's
Bryn.
going on.
Seeing the sword disintegrate from the other creatures that you fought, there was a small amount of time after the creature disintegrated that the sword was still floating in the water. Putting that together, you might be able to do something with that.
Alright, so we're gonna attack this guy, and if I kill him, try to grab the thing.
That would be considered a bonus action to do so, but yes.
Okay. We'll
Okay.
try that.
Why
Why not?
Rashi, do you have remove curse?
And this time, she's gonna give her magical flame sword word.
I think it's a bonus action to do that, right?
Oh, right. Never mind then. Never mind. We're gonna save that. So we're just gonna attack.
Okay,
The glaive
go for it.
guy.
That hits.
So 13 damage.
Oh yeah, you only had 3 left, so you strike your sword through him, and from the gaping wound is where the disintegration starts. The sword floats in the water in front of you, or the glaive, sorry, floats in the water in front of you for but a moment.
All right. She's gonna, I guess, drop her shield and try to grab the. Or no. What should she grab? And I'm not sure. She'll drop her shield.
Okay.
And no, that wouldn't make sense. No, she's gonna drop her sword and try to grab it with the, because that's her dominant hand.
Okay. So you drop your sword and make the bonus action grab to grab the glaive, which you do. It does not disintegrate in your hands. That's it. Nothing else. But you cannot use the glaive while you have the shield in your hand. So your second attack does not get to happen. So, do you want to move, or are you good there?
No, I'm gonna stay there. I guess I don't have any sense like Kaporin did with nothing's talking to me or anything. Okay.
Wait, what?
Like when you grabbed it, the glaive from the before this all started.
If you want, Kaporin can start whispering in your ear, but he's upstairs.
No, you feel
I don't
no extra influence on your mind or anything like that.
No weird feeling when she has it in her hand.
Nope.
I'm like seriously worried about this.
Nothing, you're
now.
fine.
All right, then that's done.
Okay. At the end of your turn, your sword falls 10 feet.
My poor sword. Oh no.
Okay. Bringing us to Wand Lady.
No, not Wand
Yep.
Lady.
Seeing you dispatch one of the glaive guys. Bryn, make a con save throw.
It sees it past the giant octi.
You succeed against the paralysis.
Stupid question, but can the giant octopus wield the sword?
You technically can, but you would not be able to add your proficiency to it, obviously. No, it doesn't become an improvised weapon. But yeah, you would not be able to. I think it's a strength-based weapon, right?
Yeah,
So yeah, you.
but as an octopus, I'm very strong.
So you would just add your strength modifier. Okay, so she fails that. I'm still scared of Rachel. She's gonna move back just a little bit, and it's a wisdom save at the end of her turn, right?
Correct.
She got a 12 again. Still feared. All right, bringing us to the guy next to Bryn, who's going to attack twice. Still has disadvantage because of blur. First one is an 11. Second one is a 14. That ends their turn. He's going to stay there. Rashi, go ahead and give me a con save again. You are still paralyzed. That's your 4th turn. 6 more to go. Bringing us to Glaive Guy, who's going to attack Rashi again with advantage. 17 to hit for the first one. And a fucking 16 to hit the second.
Yeah, no, neither. He didn't hit me with the 19.
Yep,
He's definitely not hitting me with those.
Dink. But seeing this octopus come out of nowhere, he's going to move and get himself next to everyone, so he could possibly do some damage. Alright, that brings us to Nori.
Hit me. With one of my tentacles, can I just pick up the sword? I have a 15-foot reach.
That would be a bonus action.
Yeah, I don't use my bonus action for everything. I'm just gonna grab Bryn's sword so it doesn't float away. And then...
to move, by the way, as an octopus, you need at least 6 tentacles to move.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're grabbing Racha, the sword, and Rashi, you're not going to be able to move. You only have 8
hold on.
tentacles.
Do you... Okay, so...
There's a reason
but
why
Racha
Racha
has-
pointed at him. At
Yeah.
her.
Well, Racha's up, so I'm just gonna grab Rashi, and the sword. I'm gonna go out, past Bryn, offer the sword.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, could we like?
So
swap
you're
out?
pulling someone, so your speed is halved. And
Yes, but I have a speed of 60.
yeah, that's fine. If you move out, it's going to get an opportunity attack on you.
Go for it.
That is a 26.
I have an AC of 11, so
Okay.
yes, it hits.
That is 16 points of slashing damage.
Nori looks fine.
I'm
And
sorry.
I
you're
will
no
take
longer-
Rashi.
You're an octo.
Wait, say it again?
You're
I'm Octo Nori.
Okay, so you have Rashi in a tentacle.
And Bryn's sword the other, and I'm gonna go up to the top and drop and try to get up to the
Okay.
top, which is so that's 20, so I can fully get up to the top.
Yeah.
So drag Rashi the sword, put the sword next to Rashi, and then go back down.
Okay, so you're putting Rashi on top with the sword.
Yep. And then I'm down here.
All right, that ends your turn.
That ends my turn.
Sword falls 10 feet.
Wait, that's right. It does fall. I thought I put it by her.
The ship is downward angled.
You
She
can get
tucked
it later.
into
Yeah.
her belt. It's like, oh, here, hold on to this.
Which reminds me, Rashi also drops 5.
And Kaporn has no idea that they're up there.
Nope. Just complete darkness.
You're in darkness.
Rashi, you just feel yourself get swept through the water and then just encased in blackness around you. Just complete, just utter darkness underwater. And you just feel yourself kind of floating there. And you're just like, oh god.
I mean, I'm not concerned. My hit points are pretty decent. It's just the fact that I can't move.
And now you can't see either.
Yeah.
Bringing us to Saren. You're stabilized still, so you're fine there. Bringing us to the top of Racha.
Racha is not comfortable with this man standing next to him, so he will disengage from him and start moving towards the stairs now that everybody else is out finally. Actually listening to him, just getting annoyed with everybody. But the on his movement out, or he'll move up next to the person that Bryn is standing next to, and seeing that she has a glaive, try and stab him, and then try and grab his sword.
All right, go for it.
I mean, I would say that we're here because Rachad very strongly suggested we come down here to get stuff.
That does hit. He is still up. Oh yeah, because of parrying damage. He looks really hurt, but he's still up. Really hurt, but still up. Sorry.
All right, there will be a booming blade on that, and then can I bonus action try and pull it from his hands or no?
That'd be a competing strength or athletics check.
I am fine with that.
It is a 17. Unfortunately, no.
It decided to roll my sneak attack after the fact. Oh. That's all my movement I could do, and both and all
Roger
that.
that.
We're good.
Okay. This glaive individual on top is going to use his ability. Gain some hit points. Since no one's around him, he can do it. So
Yeah, I'm not coming after him, so and I don't know he's there, so
oh, it's actually freaky because you know he's around somewhere. You saw him before the darkness, but then you don't know where he went.
oh, so it's like I have this unsettling feeling he's just lurking in the muck.
Yep.
Oh, wonderful.
All right, so it brings us to 32. That's not bad. Okay, that's gonna end his turn. Bring us to Kaporin.
Can Kaporin just like poke his head downstairs?
It's all darkness.
Oh, I can't even
Nope.
see
The only
downstairs.
way that you know anything is anywhere is up and down. Obviously, if you know what up is, and you know that the deck of the ship is to one of your sides. That's all you can really tell.
And it's 20 feet from that epicenter, correct?
Yeah, that yellow radius is where it started, and there is no deep current down here, so it's staying there.
So it's either I go all the way down. I don't. That's my full movement. And that's not even my movement.
You can go straight up if you want to.
Kaporin's alone. He feels he's in danger.
I'm
he's
in
not
danger.
gonna leave without. I'm in
You're right next to a mast,
Um,
and knowing Kaporin, you're probably just holding it.
Just yeah, just holding it. Did he? Do I realize the stairs are right next to me?
You were down, and you just
Can
got
I-
brought up. All you saw was Nori change into an octopus, this creature near you, and then darkness. I mean, you probably know that the stairs are nearby somewhere, but it would take a decently good intelligence check from you after going unconscious twice.
You know, I don't have anything to lose right now with an intelligence check.
Go ahead and make an...
Is
Yeah,
that
it'd be
an
an
action?
action.
Okay.
Hey, not bad. So you do realize that you are holding onto the mast. The mast connects to the deck, and near the base of the mast, down from it, was the stairs. So it would take all of your movement, but you could pull yourself down the mast and feel with your feet and hands across the deck. Okay, I think this is the stairs. But it would take all your movement just to get to the top of the stairs.
It's fine. At least I know I have a point of understanding where I am. And there's muck everywhere, so I
Nothing.
can't see nothing. Then Kaporin is.
Bryn, you're up next.
Just preparing for. Actually, I don't even want to do that because if I stab someone that's friendly to me, I don't want that either. He doesn't understand what's causing him to not be able to see. He just knows that it's dark. So dancing lights are now surrounding him in his hope to be able to see around him.
Okay.
Well, you saw Nord transform and then do the ink and then disappear. Oh no, you've got lights up.
Yeah, so the dancing lights are around you, and when you bring them super close to you, you can kind of see them. They don't obviously emit a lot of light from it. They kind of just look like... It's kind of like looking at the sun through the clouds. So you're seeing the orbs, but they're just not shedding any extra light for you to be actually able to see anything. Alright, so that brings us down to Bryn.
Would I be able to put my shield like how I would when we're walking or whatever, so I'm not holding anymore?
That would
Or
be a
would
bonus action, to do,
action?
since one of your hands is currently occupied. Because, I mean, you try to demount a shield and put it on your back properly with one hand.
I had to ask, you know.
Oh, shit, that reminds me. It's supposed to be in between Kaporn and Bryn. Another one came up the stairs. Alright, go ahead, Bryn.
That's lovely.
It's another
Thank
glaive
you.
individual.
Wonderful, wonderful. I guess if I attack it and it dies, I don't know if it will, but would Rachel be able to use a reaction to...
I would say you
get
could use a
the-
reaction to possibly grab it.
Okay, so I'm gonna put the shield away so it doesn't float away, and then use my glaive that I have to attack
Okay.
it. It's just a normal glaive.
Yeah, you don't have proficiency with it, so it's just going to be a d20 plus your strength modifier.
I wouldn't?
Do you have
I believe fighters have all proficiency.
Oh, okay,
so
perfect. Then
she
yes,
should-
you do. So d20
So
plus your
just,
strength
know
plus your
everything.
proficiency.
I put it into my inventory so I could just...
Okay, it's a little bit different than just that, but go ahead. It's
I can do
it's
it the other way,
2d10
but
damage. It's not a regular glaive. That does hit.
so then I would do 2d10 plus my 4.
Yeah. Which, I mean, let's be honest, it only has 3 hit points. So, just your modifiers alone would have killed it. Alright, and Rachel, you're using your reaction?
Yes, I will pull it into my offhand.
Okay. So, short sword goes into your offhand. Alright, Bryn, you see an octopus coming down the stairs. You got Saren, who is still floating and bumping the wall. And these two guys are down. You want to move anywhere?
And I still have my second action, right? Attack.
I think so.
Yeah, I only did the one with the glaive. So just want to make sure.
Yeah, I
it's
just
all
didn't
normal.
know. Yeah, I think the fighter attack action just lets you use another attack action. So
All right, then Actually, Rachal's been trying to moving out. Nori's taking up the whole staircase.
How big is Octopus? Or your giant octopus? So yeah.
They are
Yeah,
large.
So yeah, she's blocking everything.
But I can squish to the side.
On your turn, yeah.
Just flatten against the wall.
Just suck up against it. So currently,
Octopus,
yes, she's
don't.
blocking the entirety, but on her turn, she can either get out of the way or smush up against a wall, side, or ceiling if she wanted.
I was gonna try to torpedo float Saren up.
Hot potato?
Apparently, I can't because Nori's there. No, it's like one of those little underwater speedos,
The
like
torpedo boats?
It's just
Yeah, that.
awesome to me.
Sure. I'll try to move him closer to Nori so she can grab him.
Okay.
Up. Or I can't. Would I be able to do that?
Yeah, he's just floating there, so it's not like an actual creature going against you or anything.
Awesome.
Alright, that ends your turn? Okay.
Yeah.
Bringing us to Wand Lady. Nori. I need you to do a con save. You are paralyzed.
And I'm standing in the
doorway.
thing. Well, at least the octopus is squishy and easy to push out of the way.
Like moving.
All right, so you're paralyzed. The wand withers and crumbles. Just gonna move.
She's still afraid, so
Yeah, I was
yeah.
doing that, and then she's gonna try and save. Finally, a 15 to save against your fear.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
That's gonna end her turn. That guy's dead. Brings us to Rashi. Con save. Still paralyzed. That's your 5th round, so you got 5 more.
With a wand gone, does it?
It just counts
does
as
it
an
matter?
effect. It doesn't count as a concentration. Trust me, I looked into my wands before starting.
I've never used them before, so yeah, I was curious if it mattered.
All right. Ending Rashi's turn brings us to OG Glaive. Two attacks against you, Racha. First one is a 20. Second one is a 9.
And 20 will hit. Yes.
All right. That brings us to 13 points of slashing damage. And he's going to stay there. Bringing us down to Nori. Go ahead and make a con save for the end of your turn. All right. You are no longer paralyzed, but you're still in the way. Racha, we're up to you.
So, can I be dual wielding these two weapons, or does that matter?
Technically, yes, because it is a short sword. And I don't think you have the dueling feat or anything like that.
Yeah, it wouldn't add my dexterity modifier to the offhand strike of the short sword.
Is it dex or is it proficiency?
Short sword.
It would be
is,
the so I'd still
dex weapon.
swing like it was a normal weapon, but then the damage dealt by it would not have my dexterity modifier on top of the damage.
And obviously your offhand wouldn't get sneak attack. I mean, right now, I don't think you could get it
Right.
anyway because no one's harassing.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think I can anyways.
But
so.
but yeah, technically you can dual wield. I think short sword is finesse.
Yeah, both of them I can
So, yeah.
definitely.
So you can
finesse
bonus
with, but-
action hit with the other one.
Yeah, I think he's gonna do that with both weapons.
Okay, so 2 attacks. Go for it. First one hits. Okay.
So just a 7, and that would have applied Booming Blade to him.
All right, still up.
Saren learned to do invisibility in real life.
That does hit as well.
Is it just a regular short sword, or is it 2d6 like
No, this one
the
has a
glaive?
different effect, but it only kicks in during certain times. Which wouldn't affect these people because they're not living. Okay, so an extra 3 points of damage. That ends your turn. You staying there?
I'll back up.
We'll get an attack of opportunity.
Yeah.
That is a 20 to hit.
Hits. Now that it's my turn, can I reaction again or no?
Yeah, technically.
Then I will uncanny dodge.
Okay, so it was going to be 18 points down to 9. And that ends your turn?
Yep, I think that's all I can do. Unless I can somehow try and, like, push the pile.
Unfortunately, both your hands have weapons in them, so if you want to try and push, it might be a little dangerous. Might
I
definitely make
understand.
some people move, though. Okay, so that ends Chaw's turn, bringing us... Nori, Inkblot, how long does it last?
It lasts for a minute.
Okay, so I think that's 1 turn after Rashi's paralysis, so it's been 3 turns, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
3 turns, yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
been
Rashi's made 5 saves so
yeah,
far.
but it happened to the turn after, so it would last a minute from that, so it was 2 different from Rashi. Okay, that brings us down to Glaive Guy. Yeah, he's... Okay. He's going to use his effect. Nori starts glowing.
Yeah.
like glowing octopus. Yes, hit me.
And he bumps into Kaporin. Since he was going for Nori, and Kaporin's at the top of the stairs, and Nori's inside the stairs. I mean, he doesn't know it's Kaporin, he just knows it's a body of some sort.
Kaporin will not move.
Um,
But he will if he
play
gets
dead.
if he gets budged, he will drift. In
yeah,
the
he's
opposite
gonna go for
direction.
Nori, because he can see you through the darkness.
I flip him off of an octopus.
Alright, so the first one is a 21 to hit.
Yes, that beats my 11 AC.
It's good to know. That is 13 points of damage.
Alrighty then.
Second
I am
attack
down to...
is a 23.
Yes.
It's 13 points of damage.
Octonori is looking hurt.
Oh no. Okay, that ends his turn. Kaporin, you're up, and you just got bumped into by something.
I know where the stairs are. Can I do like a little lip turn under it, just like to get underneath it, so I'm like against the ceiling?
Nori's blocking really the way down.
Kaporin's gonna panic because he doesn't know what's next to him. He is going to take his rapier, take a stab, and then like, can I do anything after take a stab? I don't even know.
You can take a stab with disadvantage.
Okay. God, I don't even know how to use.
What is weapon?
Rapier?
No, I was pretending to be you. Because you don't use your weapons at all.
Yeah. I don't even use them.
It'd be more effective bringing out your loot and trying to smash someone.
What do you mean by smash, though?
Exactly.
Another flood plucker. Oh, you said at
It's alright,
disadvantage,
that
right?
misses.
Okay. Not knowing what it is, he takes full movement downward in the opposite direction of the thing.
Okay. You try to take a step forward and immediately bump into something fleshy and squishy. Are you going? You trying to go down the stairs, or
if I went? No, like down. Like I'm just going right over this,
Gotcha.
stairs and moving down toward. And I can't.
You do bump into something else, though.
Oh, that's fine. He's also going to continue to panic, but he's moved away from the original threat.
That's your movement and your action.
Does the grapple count as a bonus option?
No. If you're grappling, it's an action.
I don't know if I can make it. Kaporin. We'll just heal him. I'll just heal myself then.
You can use a bonus action one to do that, yeah.
Okay. Second, I will do it at first level.
Okay. So while you're doing that, brings us to the next guy's turn.
Also, just for reference, the lights aren't still above the stairs.
Roger that. Gonna use his full movement to get there. Bring us to Bryn.
We're gonna go stab at that one. We're gonna move up. Would I have to move in front of Richaw?
You have to go around or over.
Okay. So I guess I'd move in front of Richaw.
Okay, go for it.
Okay.
That misses.
And we're gonna take our second attack.
That does hit. Only one wand left. Alright. 17 points. He's looking rough. And you staying there?
Yeah. Yeah, she's
All right.
still there.
That brings us to Wand Lady. No longer feared, can move forward. Gets an angle where she can see a little bit of Richaw. Actually. Okay, actually, she's going. I forgot to roll for charges. My bad, guys.
Did you be able to see him from there, behind Bryn?
Yeah, you guys are remember your float. Like she moved that way specifically to see him. Okay. She only has 2 charges, but she's gonna use them. God damn it. So in a cone, I need Nori, Richa, and Bryn to all make wisdom saving throws. Fail.
I'm using top.
You all are frightened.
Can I re-roll that with Indomitable?
If that's what it says, you can do.
Yeah, I can re-roll a saving throw that you fail, and I must use the new roll.
Okay. Bryn succeeds. But Richa and Nori are frightened of Wand Lady. More so than they already are. Yeah, so it's frightened. For 1 minute, spend its turns trying to move as far away from you as it can. Can't willingly move to a space within 30 feet of you. Can't take reactions. Only use the dash action to try and escape. And if you can't move... Oh, this is something I wish I knew earlier. If it can't move, it takes the dodge action. So remember that for yours, Ryan. And then at the end of your turn, you can repeat the saving throw.
Typically, it's also if they can break line of sight. So if we ended up going up the stairs, would it drop it too? I don't
It doesn't
remember
say
if that-
anything about line of sight, so I think it's just more of like a mental, like psychic fear of the person. So as long as
Gotcha.
you know they're still up,
Yeah.
you're still scared trying to get away. I think if you see them go down, then no longer have a fear. Usually with fear, it's a concentration, so it would, obviously if they go down, you no longer need it. But in this case, it's not concentration. So if you see them go down, then you're fine. All right, she's gonna giggle and end her turn there. Rashi, con save. You are still stunned. That is number 6. 4 more to go. Or still paralyzed, my bad. Okay, bringing us to OG Glaive, who's got Bryn in front of him. He's going to glaive off with you. You still have blur up.
Right?
Yeah, I was just about to ask. Okay, so the first one is an 11 to hit. Second one's going to be a 9, so you're fine.
Woohoo.
All right, ending his turn, bringing us to boop, boop, boop. Another sword individual coming up from downstairs. These are the last 2 people that survived the fireball explosion. Ending his turn, Nori. You are frightened.
So I can't grab
No
the wizard.
ravage of nobodies.
All right. Well, I'll get out of line of sight, and then I'm in an ink cloud.
Yep.
So I'll go by these guys. All of a sudden, a giant octopus appears.
Well, it's all darkness. They can't see anything.
I just feel something move
Oh,
up
that
behind me in
reminds
the
me
water.
for Rashi's turn. Gotta remember that. And I believe the octopus, you're blind in there too.
Then I would likely move out because of being a scared
Yep.
octopus. Yeah.
Okay. So,
All right. I'm over here.
after Nori, we got Saren. You're stabilized, so you're good to go.
I take the float action and I float into one wall, and I take the bonus action float and I float into the other wall, and I just.
And then you're gonna use your free action to kind of like lick the wall.
I use my free action to to blow bubbles out of my
Cool.
mouth.
So basically, you're the Magikarp of this interaction. Splash. I use splash. Splash. It's not very effective. All right. Bringing us to Richa. Richa, you are afraid. Oh.
So does it say I have to do that, or can I just do stuff
No,
at
it says you have
disadvantage?
to use your movement to take the dash action to get away. It can only use the dash action. Sorry. For it.
So not even like a
No,
bonus
it
action.
says for its action, it can use only the dash action. I'd say you could still technically do your bonus action.
Yeah, because. So I guess the question would be, could I bonus action grab Saren? If I can't, then I would bonus action disengage.
Yeah, no. Which you wouldn't need to anyway. Actually, thinking about it, the guy would have attacked Nori as she left. So that's my bad. But he misses, so you're good. Yeah, it was a 9. Lucky 11 AC. So you don't even need to take the disengage. But yeah, it would be an action to grab a hold of Saren and bring him with you. Because you gotta, like, tell him to stop licking the wood. And it's a whole process.
Just gets covered in splinters.
Hey, salt-covered wood has a very interesting flavor. Don't knock it till you try it.
It's not splinters, it's a magical ship, so there's no splinters. So you're good.
We'll take your word for it, Sam.
I get a splinter and then it reforms the
It
ship.
just keeps pulling out of your
Very
skin.
interesting sensation.
But you do have your bonus action, and then use your action to dash. Which, by the way...
Also, where's that light?
What light?
The mystery light that is ever encroaching?
Oh, you're still in the ink cloud, so you can't see.
Oh, okay.
Technically, Nori going in that direction, that's getting closer to the creature. Because now you would be right above it.
Closer to the creature?
Yeah, so this lady is the wand lady. So if you went out the stairs and went that way, you'd be right above her, which would be anti-fear.
I thought it was line of, yeah, then I would have gone elsewhere.
Yeah.
And
Guess
then,
I'm over here.
she also should be making
You can make
another
your
wisdom save
for
too,
being
right?
afraid.
Yeah,
Am I
I
still
guess
afraid?
then
You are no longer afraid.
I would still take the disengage, just because like that's an instinctual thing
Yeah.
for him then. And then I would move up the stairs and out.
Into the darkness.
And then I guess with the bonus action dash, I would
Your
actually
bonus action
just
disengaged.
action dash. I mean, sorry. And then I'd still get another 3 squares after that. And then so I guess I'd collide with that guy and then just sort of rotate around him.
Sorry, and just kind of continue past. All right. Then it's your turn. I have 2. You are
That
still
does.
afraid, sir. All right. Bringing us to. Two attacks against you, Bryn, with advantage because you are flanked, but with disadvantage because of your blur. So it just makes it an even roll. First one is a 23 to hit.
Dang it. Okay.
That is 15 points of slashing damage. And then I need a con save. Just a 10 or higher, and you succeed. Which you are more than fine. Second attack is nat 1. So you move out of the way just in time for him to slide his glaive out and pierce the glaive man in front of you. And you see him start to disintegrate in front of you. The glaive spins in front.
Can I use my reaction to
Yeah,
try to
you
grab
can.
it? Alright, we're gonna try
All
to do
right,
that.
you are now dual-wielding glaives. All right. Okay, so that ends his turn.
How high on a D100 would I have to roll for it to just float into Saren's hand?
It actually more depends on how the person around you dies. If they're whispering sweet nothings in your ears, I'd make it a D50. Okay, so that ends his turn, killing that guy, bringing us to Kaporin.
If I move out of the... Okay, my plan. I want to move over here. Why won't
I see what
it
you're trying to go.
ping? Yeah, I want to move over here. That will be outside of the range of the cloud. Does the ship... Are these holes in the ship? Or through the grate? Can I see through it?
The thing that you're on top of right now? That's still
Yeah.
darkness. So your movement gets you there. You can dash to get out of the smoke or the ink altogether if you want.
Yeah, give me a second. I don't even know that everyone was here. Yeah, Kaporin's just gonna dash straight down out of the muck.
Okay. Can you move yourself?
Yeah. That's
10
another.
feet.
What is it? 10 feet. 5, 10. So.
Okay.
Here. So I see the sword falling.
You see a sword off in the water to your right, yeah. It's about 10 feet away.
Kaporin. Cool. Kaporin prepares to go get that next turn.
Looks like a familiar sword.
Hey guys, I think I got one. Oh. Bryn, where's your sword?
Bryn's nowhere to be seen. Alright, so that ends your turn.
Yes.
Okay, bringing us to... Bryn. Straight rolls for blur and advantage because of that. Makes it another 23.
Unfortunately.
But that's only 6 points of slashing. Second attack is only a 12. Oh, hold on. You lose blur off the first attack. So he would get advantage on his second attack, which is only a 15.
Still
All
doesn't
right.
hit.
Okay, but your blur is down now. That ends his turn, and now it is your turn. You're dual-wielding glaives, so unfortunately you can't really attack right now.
Do I get the feeling like if I let go of one, it'll disappear? No idea. Okay.
Have to test it and try.
Gotcha.
You can use the glaives as improvised javelins if you want and toss them. And it'd be a free action to drop, so you don't have to worry about it taking up a bonus action or anything.
You could also make use of Saren's floating body.
Just
One of his
have him
hands.
hold it, like hug it like a pillow.
Here, cradle
Might-
this.
Could be like a teddy bear.
So I know it would draw an opportunity attack, but would I be able to move behind
Yeah.
this guy so I could get this? I could. Okay, so I'm gonna do that.
All right, he doesn't get advantage from a thing, but that still makes it a 21.
Yeah.
But that is only 9 points of slashing.
Alright, so then I'm gonna try to make it stay on Baron. Make it so he's holding
Okay.
it somehow.
That would be your bonus action to do
Okay.
that. Kind of slide it
Okay.
in between his armpit or something.
Mm-hmm.
Luckily, he's not squirming or anything, so you don't accidentally stab him.
Oh, good. And then I'll attack the one in front of
All
me.
right, go for it.
Mhm.
Out of all of them, he looks the healthiest.
I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna cast haste on myself instead, and then do my hasted attack.
Okay.
Alright.
Yeah, with your hasted attack, I think you can only attack if you attacked, right? Or is it just... oh, no, it can only be used to take the
So-
attack action. Okay.
No,
Oh,
it's
dash disengage.
the haste action can do attack, dash, disengage, hide, or use object, but it's a whole separate action, but the only a single attack during the attack action
Correct.
of the haste.
So technically... Oh, never mind. Just, it'd be easier to stay with that. I was going to say use the haste and then use the action to use an object action to give Saren the blade, but if you want to get an attack in, this is the best way.
I'm actually not gonna use the attack action. I'm gonna try to go up the stairs with Saren. So, would I have to? I don't know.
Well,
Like
you've moved 5
disengage.
feet. Yeah, if you want to use the disengage, you can, but you've moved 5 feet. You only have 10 feet left. Moving with a person slows
I'm-
you down even further, so you only have 5 feet of movement if you're moving with Saren.
But I'm also hasted, and that gives me double, right?
Yeah, so you had 10 feet
Right.
left. What is it? Is it double your speed?
It's double her movement speed, so she'd have.
So you'd have 25 left, cut down to 15. Because you'd be moving with Saren. And the same thing with your Cha and the shove with Rashi. This one wouldn't need a succeed since you're taking him with you. The opportunity attack would be against you and not Saren.
Okay. Would I move far enough away from that guy, I guess, to even get one?
Yeah,
in?
if you went diagonally and moved where Saren was and then went up the stairs, you'd get 2 more movements, so it would you'd just be leaving his range.
Alright, yeah, we'll disengage and move Saren up the stairs with me.
Okay. Technically, you wouldn't need to do the disengage because the attack of opportunity is technically on Saren, but you're getting in the way of it. So you could use the action to dash afterwards.
Okay, then let's do that, thank you.
All right. That is only a 13 to hit.
Mhm.
So you could use your action to dash instead then, and you'd get another 30 feet. Or another 15, sorry. And luckily it's... Oh, and you walk up into pure darkness.
Beautiful. Okay. Awesome. I'm just gonna push Saren out, I guess, a little bit more so I can get up onto the deck.
So you got 10 more feet. This guy can't see you, so he's not going to get an opportunity attack. And you could technically separate from Saren here if you wanted to.
Yeah, but I'm in pure darkness, and going left is going down, correct?
It's too late. Unconscious Saren has latched on.
He is
He's like,
parasited and
okay.
is now permanently attached. Yes, so if you go towards the front of the boat, that's down. If you go towards the back, that is up.
And I have no idea that guy's next to me. He's still in darkness. I'm
Yeah,
assuming.
you can't see anybody. This has both helped and hindered this entire above deck situation.
I guess would I be able to see where the light is, or you just can't see out of the darkness?
You see some
That little-
dancing
that-
lights, or you see some random orbs just floating around you because they're right here. But other than that, there is no light.
Cool.
Just
Okay.
swirling right there.
What do you decide?
All right, we're gonna go up. Trying to go.
Okay, towards Racha.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Are you taking Saren with you or leaving him behind?
Oh, let's take the parasite with me. Or the barnacle, whatever we want to call them now.
Okay, so you get right about there before bumping into a feathery individual. Huh?
You hear, because he's afraid, a
R2D2?
R2D2 noise.
Okay.
If I hear the R2D2 noise, I'll be like, it's me.
Oh, I just woke my dog up. He's gone back into the bedroom.
Danger.
All right. So that's all your movement and everything. It ends your turn. Bringing us to Wand Lady. Oh, by the way, since no one is down here anymore. Okay, she is going to
Die. Because she felt like it.
Die again.
All of her new friends left her. She's fell into depression and
All right,
died.
that brings us to Rashi. Rashi, go ahead and make another con save at the end of your turn.
Please get it.
She re-dies. She's already dead.
That's another fail, so yeah, that's number 7. 3 more to go.
Gonna have to go find Bryn's sword after this.
Sarah and I are basically equally useless. Only he gets to sleep, and I'm just like terror in my eyes. Probably if someone
you're just
could see
in
my
darkness,
eyes, 'cause
yeah.
I can't fucking move. I'm in darkness. I can't move, and I'm like, if you could see her eyes, they'd probably be like full of terror. You'd be like, "What the hell happened?"
All right.
The darkness has both been helpful and so not.
Yeah, you technically would have moved out of it, or did you already move this turn?
No, I already moved him this turn. Next turn, you'll be out of it. Okay, so I wish I actually put dynamic lighting on if I knew this was going to be a thing, because technically y'all can't see shit around each other. But nevertheless, and they walk up into darkness and they're just like, the fuck?
Welcome to the party.
Worst rave ever. I've never been to a rave, so.
I'm going to one soon, so I'm gonna see how.
They just picked a random direction and started floating, bringing us to Nori. You're no longer afraid.
All right, I'm no longer afraid, and I'm an octopus.
I can't see anything.
Because I have a I have a 15-foot reach with my tentacles. Can I just spread myself out and see if I can feel anything?
I mean, technically, yeah. If you retract them, you might get attack of opportunities. And
That's
technically,
true.
Bryn would not know. I mean, she would feel something, but unless you suck her up against her, she's not going to know it's you.
How do I determine? Let's see. What am I? My original plan was to go back and grab Bryn and Saren. So, am I still glowing as an octopus? Or is that just
No,
a
you're still
one-turn
glowing.
thing? Ooh, I'm
But-
glowing.
Yeah, you're still glowing. No one really
Okay,
can see
so,
it besides the one guy who activated it on you. I mean, everyone else down there could
Yeah.
when, there wasn't darkness around. But you're not emitting, like, a
Okay.
bright fairy fire glow. It's just a very dull, like Super Saiyan just chillin' mode.
32 episodes
Perfect.
later mode.
Okay. But I also felt someone hit, so I'm gonna try to go towards the stairs again
Okay.
and go down. And if he smacks me, then I'm gonna hit him back.
Okay. Well, none of them can see you go down, so you come to...
Well, would the guy get opportunity attack on me?
No. Oh, that guy, because he can see you.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's what I was asking.
Technically, if you're right there, no, because you're still within his range, because you're technically still...
Well, I was originally back here, and I moved forward, so I would have gone into his range.
No, I get that, but if you're still on the stairs, you haven't left his range yet. So if you go down to the base of the stairs, then yes, you get an opportunity attack, because then you're getting out of his range.
Okay.
But if you're just on the stairs, like right when you start to get out of the darkness, you're still within his range, so he won't attack you just yet.
So I'll go past him, and if/when he hits me, then I'll go focus on him. But that's only if he hits me. If he doesn't, I'm just going down there, seeing that they're not there, and just going, oh, fuck.
Yeah, if you, like I said, right where you are on the stairs, you see one person down here. You haven't gotten attacked yet, but you just see one glaive guy down here. That's it.
Okay, so I go down there. There's one glaive guy. All right.
I imagine you would have heard R2D2 noises outside from Bryn running
somewhere.
into me.
Okay, so I heard R2D2 noise. What do I want to do here? I guess we're getting glaives and stuff. I might as well just go whack this guy. How healthy does he look?
He's taken a fireball, but survived it. So he's got some
Alrighty.
singe marks. So now you would take the opportunity attack.
Alrighty.
It's an 8. So you don't feel anything. You just hear a
Misses.
whoosh behind you.
All right. Well, if I hear the whoosh, can I try to hit him?
You would have
or-
disadvantage on the attack.
Yeah, I'll take the disadvantage. Oh,
That does hit.
okay. I smack him.
Consider him smacked.
And that is my turn, and I am here
Alright.
now. I am a big... And now I'm in the way if anyone else wants to come up.
Bryn, are you still holding on to Saren? Or are you doing more of like a push?
It's probably more of a push.
Okay.
Because I still have the glaze. And
Saren, would you like to use
it.
Splash?
Actually, I want to know. I believe Nori at one point said she was grabbing onto me and Bryn. Did you
No,
actually
she
end up
didn't.
doing that?
No.
She got fear
Well,
casted on her.
I'll have for a brief second. Saren will start dreaming of sushi, and then he'll use the splash action and start floating away into the deep dark blue.
Consider yourself splashed. Bringing us to
And then-
Rashaw.
Before he goes, sorry, would I notice he like drifted down?
A little bit.
Would he have gone
Well,
down?
she wasn't holding on to him. She said she was
or-
pushing him. That's why I wanted to clarify.
Yeah, but I thought he was floating.
Yeah, he was floating, but if she's
Like,
not holding him up, at the end of his turn, he moves 5 feet down with gravity.
Gotcha. I wasn't sure because Koparin was floating up, so I thought Rashi was going down because she's in heavy armor, so that was what my assumption was.
I don't
But-
wear heavy armor.
Heavier armor.
Well, you're in heavy, yeah, heavier than Saren's cloth. But Racha will. Since I bumped into that guy, do I still know he's there, more or less?
More or less, it's still disadvantage.
I think Kaporin was floating up because he was unconscious.
Yeah,
Everyone's just floating in all different directions.
Kaporin's floating up for different items that he has on him.
So the other thing, I guess now that I remember, technically I'm still feared, right?
Yeah, you didn't succeed. So you're dashing away from the last known position of this creature.
Yeah. So since I can't see her, would just continue.
Yeah, continue moving up.
Oh, and the guy who I hit is now grappled by me, so I'm giving him an octopus hug.
Nice. So the two top pictures are the top deck. It's just one has the captain's quarters and the other one doesn't.
Gotcha.
Okay,
So
good.
I'd keep
was
moving
confused.
that direction now. So I am clearly out of the cloud now at this point. Do I see like Koparin way down there and stuff or no?
No, this is a 20-foot radius in all ways, so it also goes 20 feet off the deck.
Gotcha. Sounds good. Either way. But that's my
All right, bringing us down to guy who is grappled by Octo.
So he gets disadvantage on all attacks, or he can use his action to make a DC 16.
Well, he'll attack you. He's got
uh,
advantage because of your glow
strength.
anyway.
So
Straight
it's just
roll.
normal. Yeah, hit my 11
Hey, he
AC.
finally does, okay? With a 19.
Good job, buddy.
Thanks, Octopus! That is a 16 points of slashing damage.
Ouch. Alright, Nori's no longer an octopus.
That was his first attack.
Just... Oh dear, Nori's going down.
You're no longer an octopus. You're still glowing.
I am still glowing, but I'm also at 4 HP.
Yep. Okay, first roll makes it a 6. Second roll makes it an 11.
Yes, we miss.
When it's difficult, they
Nori
fucking
coughs up
hit
blood.
you guys, but when it's easy, it's like, oh god, no. Alright, but with that, I mean, he's got you right there. He can see you. He's just gonna chill. Bringing us to Kaporin.
point of order. I did my wisdom save and
Hey, there you
saved.
go. You're no longer feared.
Kaporin, not knowing where everything's going on, is gonna go after the sword. So he moves to obtain the sword. And from there, oh my gosh.
Hello.
Screens went black for a second. Kaporin does not see Rashi
No.
yet, correct?
But you now have
Okay.
the infamous Bryn's fire sword.
Ooh.
Make a history check.
Oh, okay.
I want to see if he can remember the fire word. He does. So you remember the word that Bryn uses to make it go fiery.
Kaporn remembers that what it is, and he's like, Kaporn lights it on fire.
Bryn, what's the word again?
Aljor?
Aljor.
It's
Ajor!
technically attunement though, so would it even light on fire?
Once it goes into the hands of another person, the attunement breaks. Which is why you guys been able to get the weapons.
If Kaporin's where he's at on the map, would he be able to see the light that apparently is coming towards us?
That's right now. He's about 15 feet. Actually, that right there is sea floor, because that much of the ship is under the sand. So he's currently at the sea floor, so he's got really no visual acuity on that light. Racha would.
He just has a flaming sword in his hands.
Well, it's still attunement, so I don't know if
It would light. It just he
That's
doesn't
my
get
point.
any proficiency bonus to it.
He got a flaming skewer.
Bryn's gonna see this at some point and just hate herself.
But you can feel it, Bryn. Once it unattunes from you, it's like taking off like a warm blanket.
Okay.
So you know something happened.
Okay. And I don't know somebody else picked it up or anything.
You just
like
know
that. I
something happened to it, yeah. Kaporin, so you have the flaming sword. You've moved your 10 feet. Anything else?
In front of Nori and next to the guy, there's now a little medium-sized light creature of unknown origin. It's a dancing light just turned into a medium-sized creature.
Like, are you summoning something? How you can't even? Okay, makes more sense now.
Yeah, it just looks like there's a medium-sized
There's a little halfling
creature
just chilling right there. Got it.
Yeah, so now there's two. So I don't know. Nori can use that to her how she wants, but there's now a creature next to her that's glowing.
All right. So, this guy can't see, so he's going to go in a random direction. All right. Till he gets out, then he sees Kaporin, who is now glowing with a fiery sword, and redirects towards him. That brings us to Bryn.
I'm assuming I would have been able to hear the guy that's in front of me.
You hear a couple weird noises next to you. You're not sure who or what it is. I mean, you're hearing weapon attacks. You're hearing what sounds like Nori unwild shaping, because you've heard that a few times now. Just a lot of swooshing and different weird noises next to you. That's about it.
Alright, well, I'm assuming it's definitely an enemy who's there.
You can certainly try. Raise the DC on
Would-
hitting a friendly up a little bit.
Yeah, would I be able to, like, I guess, tell about where Nori was?
It's complete
So I can,
darkness.
Try to avoid.
It's
Can't even
yeah.
say.
I mean, because technically she was grappled him at one point, so she was technically in that space.
Gotcha. Okay.
As Saren gently drifts, holding the glaive, which is the reason why he's going down as well, because heavy weapon bringing him down.
I can't see the light.
Oh god, it's a ghost Saren. The pillar? I mean, you're unconscious, so you don't see anything.
Well, no, but when it does come into field of view, even if I can't see, I will begin floating towards the
Okay.
light.
So, Bryn, what would you want to do?
Don't look at the light.
He's like the moth. He can't help it.
Thank you for getting that reference, because that's
Oh, I
an
love that
older
movie.
movie.
I can't. It's so beautiful.
It's an awful thing to have in a kids movie, like him actually getting zapped. or whatever.
Luckily, they panned
So
out.
I have character references I love to make, but no one knows about it.
All right, Bryn, it's time.
Can I just try to?
You can certainly try.
Yeah. She knows Nori is probably right there. She knows an enemy is there. I'm assuming she thinks they're in front of her, or on that side, just because of where the noises came from. She's just gonna try to shove whatever something that's in
You're
front
gonna
of her
shove it.
back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll a d4 for me. 1 to 2, it's Nori. 3 to 4, the creature. Nori gets shoved. So this would be athletics versus athletics. Just barely, but Nori, you get shoved 5 feet.
Just
Oh, no.
ah!
All right, now I know I just shoved Nori.
Yep.
You still have another attack.
All right, so then since I shoved her back, I'm gonna, I guess, attack at disadvantage because I'm assuming that person's still here. With the glaive.
Yeah. Don't you need to attack again? Because it's attack twice if you take the attack action, right?
You're right. It's attack per action.
No worries.
Sorry.
Wait, you're still hasted, right?
Didn't you
Yeah.
shove?
You're
Nori?
hasted, so you can use your hasted action
Yeah.
to attack.
All
So
right.
I think the shove
Does it count as
action
an
is
attack?
technically an attack too.
Oh yeah, it's the
Yeah.
grapple that does it.
Is Saren invisible on anyone else's screen, or is it
Just
mine?
yours.
Nope, he's invisible.
Oh, he's invisi?
Okay.
There's his head.
Well, no, I think he was leaning down, but like I just heard his voice and I didn't see anything. I was like, okay.
Oh, actual Saren.
Yeah,
Okay.
Shen's got both her attacks.
Oh yeah, no, sorry, not token Saren. I mean
So I still get-
player person.
Cool.
So yeah, you get 2 attacks.
Woohoo. All right, so we're gonna.
Yep,
make two
both
attacks on
disadvantage.
Okay.
That does hit.
Sorry, did you want me to roll it the other way? So it's the 2d10? Or just roll another
Yeah,
d10?
just roll another d10, it's fine. So 16 altogether, okay. And with the second hit, that'll end him. But you cannot see. And the glaive floats. And without being able to see, you can't.
Can I just try? Just like.
Sure. I will let you try as your bonus action. But beyond a nat 20, go ahead and roll a sleight of hand. Nope.
Her fingertips just touch it and misses.
No, even worse. You
And
start to hear the disintegration process of the creature, and you reach your hand out, and you start to feel something in your palm of your hand, and you realize it's disintegrated material as the glaive disintegrates into your hand. All right, but then
How much longer is this dang thing up?
that was only number 5 because Rashi's on 7.
So how
A
long
minute.
does it last?
A minute. So 5 more
Yep.
rounds.
All right. So he's dead. All right. Bringing us down to Wand Lady.
No one loves you, Wand Lady.
No one likes you.
Your children abandoned you, and
Dark.
too bad I'm not in front of her. Vicious mockery would be really hilarious right now.
All right. Ending her turn and bringing us to Rashi. Con saving throw. You're alive! At the end of your turn, as you start to float down, you get out of the darkness. You can start to move your muscles again, and you kind of stretch around and look, and you see a Kaporan holding a flaming sword like a child with a lollipop below you, and then you see one of these elven individuals with a short sword floating down towards Kaporan, who now sees and is now eyeing you as you've come out of the darkness. All right.
Yay,
That brings us to the sword guy. Kaporan, Rashi, Kaporan, Rashi, Kaporan, Rashi. Currently threatening looking would be Kaporan. Two attacks against you, Kaporan. The first one being a 7, second one being a 12.
12 is mine.
Okay.
So 7 missed, but
That
12
is
is mine.
5 points of damage, of slashing damage.
Okay.
All right, that ends his turn, bringing us to Nori. You got body checked through the water a little bit, but your turn.
Body checked and at 4 HP, we're gonna turn into another giant octopus because I don't want to die.
That's great. I can just leave that giant octopus there then.
Yeah. Make your life easier. And what do I want to do here? I'm gonna go outside the ink and go look for anyone else. So I've got 60 feet, but I can't attack or do any actions because Wild Chip is my action. So I'm just looking at
You come
everybody.
out and you see Rashi's floating downwards, but now moving, and Kaporan with a flaming sword.
Kaparin, you're not supposed to be playing with that.
It's mine now.
You're gonna hurt yourself.
All right, ending Nori's turn. Saren, would you like to use Splash?
I will in fact use Splash, but the only other thing I will do is, since I'm sure this is not the first time I've had ink in my mouth, I'll switch from fleeting images of sushi to dreaming of long nights doing essays and studying.
Good old Hermione Granger. Got it.
Wait, roll a d10 to see if you have a nightmare of Kaporan.
No, that's already guaranteed.
No, I'm definitely having dreams of torturing Kaporan, but it's definitely not a nightmare.
All right, bringing us back to Racha.
All right. So I obviously see a giant cloud in front of me. Can I do is a move and a bonus action dash enough to like sidestep the cloud enough?
Well, if
so
you go
that
directly
I can...
off the deck with your 15 feet of movement, you can start to see around it.
Gotcha. And so I would do that, and then once I start seeing Kaparin and all of them, I'll move in that direction with the bonus action dash, and then by sheer hope, can I try and? Well, I guess we've never felt the logistics of this, but I feel like Boom Shakalaka will hit Kaparin if I fire it off towards the thing attacking
Since you've
Kaparin.
done it a few times, you do not get the voice in the back of your head telling you the word. So you don't even feel like
Gotcha,
it's a
okay.
possibility.
All right, then. He will begin swimming his way towards that.
Okay. So just go ahead and move yourself on that top picture. After Richard, we have Kaporin.
Kaporin is going to take. He got a flaming sword in his hand. He got to do it. He's gonna try to attack the creature with a flaming sword.
All right.
You get a -1 to hit and a -1 to damage, don't you?
Strength,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a -1. But Kaporin got a flaming sword in his hand. I can't see it any other way. Kaporin's gonna do it one way or another.
All right. Two-handed or one-handed?
Kaporin's gonna try to be the most OP version he could, so probably
Okay.
two-handed. I have no clue how to roll that though.
Just roll d20.
Okay. Maybe
D20
Yeah.
-1.
It's just easier to roll
Okay.
d20. We can.
You break my sword. I'm going to kill you. This is why we don't let you have weapons. Kidding.
Wait.
Can we just say I burnt myself and I drop it?
Nope. I need
don't
you, Bryn. Can you give him the diagrams for max damage with fire damage? What? It's
What?
the longsword two-handed is what, a d12? And I think the fire.
For him, it would be 1d10 minus
No,
1.
we're not
and
even
then
getting
2d6
into that
for
yet.
fire.
Just what's the
The-
d damage dice for the?
For two-handed, it's D10, and then flaming is 2d6.
Okay,
Extra.
so 10 plus 12 fire damage. You swing this thing full cojones, trying to hit this creature, and it just like kind of swooshes itself backwards a little bit, and you just cut through the water, and then impact the deck of this place, and then you feel the sword go through the deck. You guys see as across the entirety of the ship, this blue arcane energy just like crackle all across the ship and kind of disperse into the air, and you guys feel an interesting weight kind of lift off from the ship itself. You've broken the magical enchantment on the ship. And so now as you pull the sword back, there is a gaping hole where the sword went into the deck. Right where you collided with it. You hear as quite a few creaking sounds start to come from the ship that is majorly pinpointed down into the sand. The majority of its weight is not properly situated. All right. Anything else, Kaporin?
We're never letting you touch a sword ever again.
Kaporin's not supposed to have a sword. He's supposed to have Eldritch Blast and a whole bunch of other stuff, but he's not having that anymore. Yeah, so don't give Kaporin a sword anymore. I use an attack action, and do I have a bonus action?
Do you have bonus actions? I mean, you use an attack action, so you can't do any spells. But unless you have like healing word or something as a bonus action,
can I just move?
you can certainly try. Get attack of opportunity.
But that's... Kaporin actually just not. It's not gonna say anything. It's like Kaporin will actually use because he can see. Who can he see from where he's currently
Rashi
stationed?
and an octopus.
Octonori. Rashi
And the sword guy who's
Octonori.
right in front of you.
Mantle of Inspiration, Octonori and Rashi, and it's like I fucked up and almost died.
Yeah, we know.
From where he's standing, could that reach Racha technically
Yeah,
too?
you can
'Cause
start
could
to see
probably
Racha as
him
well.
inside the water.
Oh, okay, then Racha, I fucked up and almost died.
Racha just
It's
thumbs
just
up.
like his
No
mate-
shit.
Racha's just like, at least I wasn't the only one. Okay, are you staying there?
What is that do again?
You can immediately take your reaction to move if you want to, for both of you. Or all three of you.
Can I use my movement reaction to take away
No.
the sword? Aw.
Kaporin is holding onto the flaming sword, but he is now panicked. Yelled out to you guys, and is currently. Why not? Why the fuck not? He's moving to the right into open water because he is now panicked.
You might take an opportunity attack.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, if you're going the full 10 feet, then he will. That is a 24 to hit. That is 4 points of slashing.
Okay.
And you said the react. So react, I wouldn't get an opportunity attack from the skeleton dude, right? Okay.
Okay, but yeah, Kaporin is moving out of the way of the ship because he thinks something bad's gonna happen
Yeah,
now.
so from this diagram, you're coming directly out of the screen. Which is why I
Okay.
turned you to signify that you're up right now from where we're looking at. Rashi, where would you like to go?
I have
You
full
got 15
movement,
feet.
right? 15 feet? Oh, okay. I am... Okay, there we go. I forgot you said I could just hit the unmute button, so I don't have to
No worries.
alt-tab everything. I am going to... Oh, I have my reaction first. That's right. Let me do that first. I'm gonna reaction move. Let's see. The ink thing is still
Yeah.
going on. 1, 2, 3. Let's see. That's 5, 10. Well, the last thing she remembers before going down. No, she wouldn't know that Kaporin had been unconscious. So.
Yeah, it's not your turn. This is just a reaction because of Mantle.
5, 10, 15, 20. Oh yes.
Yeah, you can just move.
2.
You
so
also gain 8
here.
health. 10
That's
health.
15, right? That's 15.
All right.
I have no idea what you said, Kaporin. You cut out.
He was just saying no opportunity attacks.
Right, yeah. No, I already knew that because I asked you. Okay, so that's
Yep.
15, right?
All right.
Okay, yeah.
That ends Kaporin's turn, right? Bringing us to... All right, and Bryn.
Yep.
Actually, between your guys' turn, because it takes 6 seconds for this to happen. You heard the cracks as well. You didn't see the sparkling happening, but you heard the cracks and the creaking. And now you hear more creaking, and then you hear a... All of a sudden, the deck that was right next to you as you were floating there slams against the side of you. Saren, it slams against you. The guy who's coming up the stairs, it slams against him. And Nori, it slams
Oh,
against
it's
you.
tilting.
What was that?
It's tilting.
Yes.
It's
Yes.
tilting.
Picture the ship coming out of the screen towards you.
Does that
No,
hurt
it's not
enough
hurting you
to
just yet.
unstabilize me?
You guys, it's not
Oh,
like
yeah.
full fast falling. It's still underwater, so it's a slower movement. But Bryn, this is starting to push against you.
Just not what I expected. Okay.
So this basically the ship is like breaking.
The
in
ship,
half.
where Kaporin hit, the front half of the ship kind of broke apart and slid on itself, and so it like redirected its angle to be almost 90 degrees, and it tilted forward. So it's from the nose that's embedded into the sand, from there forward. So basically, right where Kaporin's at, and all the rest of the ship is starting to tilt.
Okay, cool. Thanks. I was trying to visualize that.
So yeah, Bryn, you're already halved because of water. Your speed is halved again because now you have an outside force moving against you.
But I'm hasted, so technically I'm at my full health, and then I go back to
Correct.
health? Okay. And now it's my turn. It's not the creature like I saw Death's turn.
It is your turn as this starts to happen.
Alright, so I have no idea that creature's
Nope,
coming up.
you're still in darkness.
But I heard all of the craziness.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hoping I would be able to tell that it came from.
Yeah, you
below
can tell
me,
that
from
all
my-
that stuff happened underneath you.
Alright. So you're gonna go that way.
Saren, go ahead and roll a d4 for me.
Because she's gonna assume that's where her people are, and someone there, God knows what they're doing.
Okay, luckily you're on the edge of the ship, so as it starts to push against you, you kind of get scooted off and away. You're not directly underneath it.
So I just moved my 15. I'm still in the
Yes.
darkness. Okay, I'm gonna use my hasted action to
Okay.
dash. That's another 15. Yeah.
You come out to see Rashi kind of skirting the ink cloud, Kaporin running away with your flaming sword, Nori kind of chilling there. If an octopus could have a what the fuck face, it is definitely what Nori as an octopus is doing, and this sword elvish guy is kind of just looking around as things are moving around him.
Great, and I haven't used my other 2 actions, so I'm gonna. Yeah, my regular. I'm gonna swing at him.
All right, go for it. Kaporin's technically not there, so you don't get advantage. He's 10 feet up or out of the way, so you can still attack him, but you just don't get advantage on it.
Anyway, makes sense.
It's hard to do 3D on 2D. That hits. Right.
Is he
Oh no,
down
he
right
wasn't
now?
touched at all this entire time.
Oh, okay. Well, we're gonna swing again then for my second
Yep.
attack.
That hits. All right.
I think that was pretty much on my movement. So.
All right, sounds good. Bringing us to Wand Lady. She's inside while this is happening. Okay, she's going to
if she dies, can I get credit for it?
Nope. She is going out of the part that's broken and open now, and she's going to come out the side. Ended up saving her about 3 turns worth of movement.
Wand lady is my least favorite lady.
She's a wonderful lady.
God, snip.
All right, Rashi, that brings us to you.
Can I see Sauron? Sauron. Sorry, I made you the villain of Lord of the
Sauron.
Rings there for a second. Is Saren? Can she see Saren?
No, he's
floating
still in
there?
the
'Cause
darkness.
He's now.
Yeah.
Is he 5, 10, 15? No, he's in 20 though, if I'm counting right. 5. He's like just in it then, isn't he?
Yeah. I mean,
Five.
he's still like a good 10 feet. Here, let me show you.
Okay, because the way that I'm counting it, it looks like he's out of the darkness already. Dang it. Okay. Boo.
Yeah, it's 20 feet radius.
No, yeah, I know, but I was counting differently, so I thought he was out already. Okay, so I can't see Saren, but.
And you do see also the ship, at least from what you can see, is starting to tilt forward. It is broken apart and is going to land on top of Bryn, Nori, and the sword guy. Probably Caparin too, if he doesn't move out of the way.
Well, so then, seeing this, she'll shout, "Move, or you'll get crushed." And then I'm gonna cast freedom of movement on myself, so I don't have any fucking movement penalties while I'm underwater right now. So that means basically I don't have any penalties on attacks or movements underwater at the moment. It does other stuff, but I'm not casting it for that reason. And then I am going to. I'm not in the way of the ship.
No,
like,
you're good
hurting
right
me,
now.
right? Okay. I'm gonna move 1, 2. No, I saw that. Okay, I saw that guy, so I'm gonna go move over in front of him because I can still do like a. I can still move, and then I have. Let's see. If I move and cast a spell, that's my whole turn, basically, right?
Yeah, if you
learn.
casted that as your action, you could still do any of your bonus action stuff as well as a cantrip.
Okay. Okay, cool. Well, I wasn't unconscious, and it hasn't been a full 10 rounds yet, so technically I still. Oh no, I can't attack yet. Just kidding. Okay. Let's see my cantrips. I'm going to do on him. I'm gonna cast Sacred Flame on the skeleton dude. He has to make a Dex 14.
Fails. He fails.
Or he takes damage. Okay, so he's gonna take that much damage, whatever shows up on the thing, because I just clicked the button. It should show up anyway. I can't tell. Did it show up? Yeah, there it goes. That was kind of shitty for a 2d8 roll. Sweet. Okay, and then that would be my turn then.
All right.
Pretty sure.
Okay, so at the end of your turn, the ship completes its rotating process, slamming down into the ground, crushing Bryn. The elven individual, Nori, and Kaporin. You 3 need to make dexterity saving throws. So Kaporan and Nori save. Bryn, unfortunately, you don't. Bryn, you take 29 points of bludgeoning damage.
Bryn's
And
down.
you other two take 15. And then even if this guy saves, and the elven guy gets crushed, disintegration, sword underneath gets disintegrated as well.
I can't use a reaction
You're
to try and grab
underneath
it.
the ship.
Oh wait, I
Yeah.
don't know that.
I mean, it's completely smushed
Oh.
underneath the ship as well. Your guys' dex saves are basically like, could you throw yourselves into the sand and, try and avoid as much damage as possible? But yeah, so the ship is now torn asunder and currently on its top.
Are we squished beneath it?
Bryn is. Bryn
Can I
Bryn
try
is
to get her
currently
out?
pinned and grappled. You can't see her. You guys, so you guys dig yourselves into the sand fast enough to avoid most of the damage, and then squirm your way off to the side. So
Well, I'm gonna look for her.
yeah, we are not out of this yet. So that ended that turn. This guy's dead. So that brings us to Nori. Nori, as you squirm, as you get kind of squeezed out the side, you're standing right in front of one lady. Or floating.
I don't care about one lady, I care about Bryn. I'm gonna go try and find her.
Alright. So you being an octopus, this will be actually kind of easy for you. As you kind of squirrel your way underneath. This is going to have your movement, obviously, because, you're not swimming anymore. You're squeezing underneath a giant ship. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Theoretically, I'm good at these.
There you go.
I am.
So, after about 15 feet of movement, you come across Bryn, who is currently holding the glaive up against her chest, kind of using all of her strength just to hold the ship off of her as much as possible. And Bryn, you just see this tentacle kind of like slap across your face a little bit, because that's how she's really looking for things, is just sticking.
I don't think Bryn would see it. Bryn's
Oh, you're
down.
unconscious?
Yeah, that's why.
Ah,
Yeah,
okay.
that
Never mind it.
knocked out.
Nori, one of your tentacles kind of
That's-
skitters across Bryn's face. And
Okay, can I try to drag her out, or is there not enough
give
room
me
to even get her out?
a strength check.
Can I do athletics?
This is straight strength. This isn't an athletic
Okay.
thing for you to do. This is brute force.
It's only a 14.
I'll say you move her about 5 feet.
Okay, I moved her 5 feet. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep on focusing getting her out. The lady can take her attacks on me. I don't care. I'm trying to get.
Well, you're
Bryn out.
currently underneath as well, so you're not able to be seen.
Okay, then I'll just work on pulling Bryn out. So that'll be my
Saren,
turn.
would you like to use splash?
Saren will use splash, but the bubbles are a little extra bitter. This turn.
He does a little pirouette in the sky as the ship goes soaring by him.
Yep, and actually with the ship crashing, the darkness, the ink has been dissipated.
Is the guy that was on the stairs also underneath the boat?
As far as you know.
One of these days, Saren's gonna evolve into Gyarados and beat the crap out of stuff.
Hydro pump!
I only have like another 27 hours of floating to do.
Okay. Splash was not very effective. Racha.
All right. Well, I will go over the top of the upside down ship now. Seeing that Nori pushed out the other side, I assume, and then dove back in.
Correct.
And so then I see Wand Lady, and I'll beeline for Wand Lady.
All right. I was gonna say, what's that little green line?
Yeah, I accidentally drew on it. That is my movement and my dash for bonus action. I'm still technically like 20 feet away from her, huh? Because I'm up in the air, or like horizontal, vertical above the thing.
A ways. Got it. Bringing us to Kaporin.
Nope. Kaporin only can see Saren. Rashi, does Kaporin see Wand Lady?
No, she is on
Can
the
he
other
see
side
Wand-
of the upside down ship.
I would use my actual action to then get into range of
Gotcha.
her.
Kaporin is going to use first level healing word, throw it to Saren.
Rise,
is-
Saren, rise. Oh.
I think at this point I just stay asleep.
Especially since it's
Heal,
Kaporin trying to help
bitch.
you.
Comes back to life, sees the ship upside down, broken on itself. Can only see Kaporin and Rashi, and it's just like, you know what? Just let the water take me.
To be fair, if I only thought Kaporin and Rashi were alive, I'd try and kill Kaporin.
Well, I mean, realistically, you'd assume Nori's up because she's the reason that we can breathe underwater.
It's not a concentration spell. If she dies, we still breathe. It's the same way I kept blinking and had sea invisibility on while I was a fish.
All right.
I feel like I'm in danger now from my own teammate.
I'm in danger. All right, so that's 7 points. Saren is up. What else would you like to do?
Kaporin is going to swim his max to be able to see over the ship.
Okay. You wouldn't be able to reach it with just your max. You still
Okay.
got about another 10 feet to go before you can see over the top of it.
And then he's just gonna prepare what's this called? Level 2 shatter if he sees any of the guys show up.
All right. After Kaporin brings us to... All right. After that, we got Bryn. Bryn, I need a death saving throw. Hey, 2 successes. Okay. Bringing us to Wand Lady. Wand Lady's gonna roll her roll. Okay, that one is okay. Oh, this spell's gonna be fun. Okay. Okay. So Racha. Racha, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
What wand did she pull now? Besides,
Hold on, this one's different, so I'm looking for its DC. Okay, what is her... What's her spell DC?
-10.
It's a +2, so that makes it a 17 DC, which that fails. Rashad, you are slowed.
what wand is this?
Wouldn't you like to know? Oh shit. 6 creatures. No, she can only see Rashad, so that's fine. So your speed is halved, -2 to your AC, and your Dex save throws. Can't use reactions. You can either use an action or a bonus action, not both. And only one attack per turn. And then if you try to cast a spell that has a 1 action casting time, I roll a die. Alright. So since you can't use reactions, she's going to... She's going to move up 5 feet away from us, and then back. But that ends her turn, bringing us to Rashi.
Okay, so now I can see Saren. I'm going to move over to him, very cautiously touch him on his upper arm, and apologize for not understanding what he meant about this being dangerous, and cast 3rd level Cure Wounds, which is 3d8 plus 3. So let's see how much he heals for. And it's for some reason showing me the dice on my screen when it shouldn't. Ooh, that's pretty nice. I don't know how many hit points Saren has, but he has 18 more.
It rolled in D20, but I'm not seeing it on.
You mean it rolled in... There it goes.
Yawn. Oh,
Just a
there it goes.
delay.
Yeah, I have a delay because
No worries. So that's 18 points for you, Saren. Saren gas. All right. Is that ending your turn, Rashi?
Yeah, hold on, let me move over to him. Yeah, I think that's really all I can do, because I don't see any people to attack or anything like
Gotcha.
that. So yeah, that would
Nori.
be my turn.
Question. Will I be able to get Bryn out of here? Is there enough room
Yeah,
to do
you're
that?
basically like carving her through the sand as you're dragging her out.
Okay, so if I were to turn back into myself, it wouldn't work?
You wouldn't be strong enough to do it, no.
That's true. Alright, so I'm going to keep pulling her out.
You can try the
I've
pull
got-
first, since you already have her grappled, so it'd be your movement. If you get her out, then you can unchange.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to get her out.
Okay, so go ahead and give me a strength check.
Oh, please roll well.
Okay.
only
Yeah,
a
that's
13.
all you needed to get her the last 10 feet out.
Alrighty. And then I'm going to unwild shape as my bonus action, and then for my action, I'm going to give you a... What spell slots do I have? I'm going to give her a 4th level Cure Wounds.
All right. Your wounds have been cured, Bryn.
You 15.
We're almost there, guys. We're almost there. All right. Then end your turn, Nori. Okay, Saren.
Yes.
From your location, Saren, you can see Racha over the boat.
So, from my perspective, I passed out. The battlefield drastically changed, and it's safe to assume that Bryn and Nori are probably dead.
I mean, it's up to you. You're hearing more noises on the other side of the ship, and you see Racha there. So it's anybody's guess.
I'm trying to decide on how unhinged Saren is right now.
And Rashi just healed you and apologized for not listening to you. So yeah.
Well, from Saren's perspective, he already hates Kaporin. His ride home is gone. The only person who's redeemable in the group is gone.
Sarah, make a perception check.
Perception. That's only 8.
You hear noises, but you're not sure what they are on the other side.
Saren, whatever you're thinking, don't.
Or do. I mean,
I'm just deciding whether it's too far into ruining fun or not.
I mean, Kaporin just broke the ship, so yeah, you know.
Technically, you're my sister, so I would appreciate the family
And-
help here.
And I mean, he also
We're only
healed
sisters.
Saren and woke him up. Like,
True.
there's
That is true. We're only siblings, like in thought, in spirit, though.
What do you want to do, Sarah?
Do you think that's too far, Val?
If anything,
Into ruining fun
instead of
territory?
anger, I think you'd be more in self-preservation mode. Like, as far as being in that situation, you're going to be more worried about yourself than trying to enact any sort of revenge. Because if whatever is doing this is continuously coming at you, you're not going to want to waste a spell slot attacking your own people, because you might need it to get out alive.
All right, I'm swimming straight. I'm begin swimming towards the surface then.
And Dash,
If you want to do it, roll a d.
and Dash, Saren.
I'm gonna hold my action firebolt just in case anything obvious comes around, so I know what I'm
Okay.
facing.
So at this angle, now that you move another 15 feet up, you can see another elvish person is still alive on the other side. All right, that brings us to Racha.
he just through the water at this elven person.
Just like baby in the pool swim.
Am I able to stab
Yeah.
her still, or do I need to? Okay.
Yeah, it's just your speed's half, and you can only take an action or a bonus action. You can't do both. Hey. Go ahead and roll that damage. It is not sneak attack, though, unfortunately.
Minimum damage, but I will apply booming blade to her.
All right. That's actually not 6, it's 7, which is just enough. Literally had 7 hit points left. All right.
Good riddance, wand.
You're still
lady.
slowed because it's a wand thing and not. Oh, actually, you can't use reactions. Ooh. The
Yeah, I
box
figured,
and
but,
wand fall, and they disintegrate in the water.
Do I make another save at the
Yeah,
end though?
yeah,
or
you keep
no?
making saves. Box of Wands. Bye bye. Hey.
Would I be close enough to
Nope.
try to grab
She-
it, or am I
she
too distracted?
Went away. She went away from the shipwreck and then
Oh.
up. So she was nowhere near you.
Worth a shot.
Okay, so that takes care of that. You are no longer slowed. That person is dead. After Rashaz Kaporn.
I feel like I have to watch my own back now. Kaporin's gonna swim up. Or technically he can re-enter the ship at the crack, can't he?
There's a bunch of wood from the debris of that part being broken that's kind of blocking that area. So you can try and like punch your way through if you want to.
Kaporin ain't strong enough for that. He was only strong enough to pull out the glaive and start all this.
The one strong thing he did.
I know, the one thing he's never gonna do again. Kaporin's just gonna start heading towards the entrance or the stairs, just to make sure he can clear out the place if there's anything else.
So you're starting to move where exactly?
Yeah.
Remember, the ship's upside down.
Back to the. Oh, the
Yeah,
ship's
so this
upside
top
down.
deck is on the sand. So you just see the bottom of the boat. The only way in would be through that debris in the crack. Good old crack debris.
Kaporin's used to getting into cracks. He's gonna go back over there and I guess gonna try get in.
Okay, go ahead and give me an athletics check.
Athletics.
Mainly focusing on keeping that sword with you. You kind of do it one-handed, and you're just like, yeah. Okay, fuck it. That ends your turn, so you'd have moved over here.
Does that take my full action and everything
Yeah.
to do that? Okay. The only other thing I was gonna say is like I turn off the sword.
Never turn off the sword. Okay. So as you're kind of like just scrapping against this wood pile and you're just like, fuck it, I give up. Splinters of wood fly out in front of you. As the glaved elven individual who was inside during the capsizing kicks his way out and through. Kind of like finishes stepping through the hole and sees you just sitting there holding a fire sword. But he uses action to kick through, so he cannot do anything this turn. Alright. That ends his turn. Bryn. You just saw this guy kick his way out and is now standing on the sand. Right next to Kaporin.
And Kaporin has my sword. We're gonna go ahead. Yeah, if we can make it over there. Yeah. Attack him with a glaive.
What was that?
Attack him
Okay,
with a glaive.
go for it. That hits. You spear the glaive through him, and as the glaive is stuck inside, he kind of just looks at you, drops his glaive, and starts disintegrating.
Alright, I'm gonna try to catch
All
that
right.
glaive then.
Being that close, you can use your reaction to do so.
Perfect. I got two glaives
Yep.
again.
All right. Okay. Whew. We got there, guys, eventually. Bryn, you're standing there with two glaives. I believe Racha has an extra sword.
Oh, and Saren woke up with a
Yep,
glaive. in
Saren's
his
holding a
arms.
glaive. And she's like, the fuck is this? But you guys lost all the wands. I'm sorry.
Do I get 1 XP for each time I
You
use the
splash?
square action?
Yeah, you get survival XP for surviving the fight.
Mm.
You know, that's why you always throw Magikarp as your first in there, and then you switch to a different guy.
Yeah, not my best session.
All right, guys. So for now, we are currently out of. Oh, wait. Saren. It's a 20. It's a 22 hit.
Oh, me? No, that misses.
Do you just wish it miss, or?
Yeah, I wish desperately that
Okay.
it misses.
All you guys, as everything's starting to settle down, Saren being the highest one out, that wall of light is extremely close. And as Saren is up there,
I should have just fireballed Kaporin. Consequences
you
be damned.
take
'It's a lot of dice.
32 points of piercing damage. You guys see as this large harpoon comes spiraling through the water,
Oh my god.
catches Saren in the upper chest as this large, just beveled hook comes out of his chest, just with the blood kind of just flowing freely. And he just kind of looks down at it, and you guys just kind of look up at him, and all of a sudden you just see as he just gets yanked and he disappears towards this wall of light. And come on, Saren, are you still up?
No.
Okay. You see, standing in this wall of light it's no longer a wall of light now that you guys can see it up close and personal. It is a constant steam of bubbles that is erupting around this creature. As it stands there on top of one of the ship wreckages, the one closest to you guys is still about 60 feet off. He launched this harpoon of sorts and is now reeling Saren back into himself. You see him stand there, looking sort of like a dragon, but not any of the dragonborns that you've seen. Large horns come off his head, and he sits there in what seems to be blazing on fire molten robes. His mouth is slightly open and just steam is coming off of it. His whole body is creating this bubble effect, and if you look at him for long enough, you see that there is no water touching him. He seems to be so hot that he is constantly vaporizing the water around him. As Saren gets sucked back into him, he catches Saren by the back of the neck. Saren, you immediately take 10 points of fire damage for
I'm unconscious,
being
doesn't matter.
being in his vicinity, which is 2 death saves. So he grabs, as he pulled the chain back, he grabs Saren by the back of the neck, and with his bonus action, he rips the harpoon out of Saren. You guys see as Saren, just the life go, this incurs damage as well. As Saren kind of goes limp in his arm, and he pulls the harpoon out, a little thin tendril of white energy comes out from the back of the harpoon, and you see this creature just suck it up. He kind of tosses Saren's body to the side and holds the harpoon in his hand and looks down at the rest of you all. And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
So if the ship didn't kill us, the TPK is good for next session. We'll see you guys next time on the same channel, same place, same time. Good
Guys
night.
took too long. He was moving 60 feet around towards you guys. And he didn't know exactly where you were from the explosion, but once the ship tipped, he knew exactly where to go.
I'm assuming this is the guy from the boat.
Nope. But he did say his brothers were coming.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes,
he
that's
did.
right.
Yeah, this creature is much more leaner than the Taskmaster was.
This one also apparently eats souls or something
Fiends,
similar
yeah.
to a soul. Yay!
Sucked it and sent it to the Nine Hells.
Wait,
so-
I'm on the other side. Which side of the ship is he on?
He's
not.
He's
He's
above
above
on the
us.
top of a shipwreck that's next to you guys.
He's standing
Yeah.
above us, basically.
Saren was able to get within range within 60 feet by going up. So,
Should have just fireballed him.
um,
This is the TPK, isn't it?
we'll see.
I mean, only if Kaporan tries to fucking seduce it.
Kapoor's
Seduce
holding
it,
the flaming
please.
sword. Maybe he just like points to it and points to him. It's just like,
Might be our only chance.
Okay. So, Saren, we'll talk with you about future prospects.
Yeah, I should ask. Should I even show up next session?
We'll talk.
Oh, boy. Sorry, Saren, that we're all horrible and you were right. That we shouldn't have fucking come down.
I
here.
tried so many times.
I was
Like, let's just not do this,
Next-
guys. Let's just not do it.
next turn. I was getting everyone out. That was my plan, and then the ship fucking flipped, and I couldn't
mean-
do anything.
Any questions, anybody, that I can
Sad
and will
face.
answer?
Well,
Uh,
Rashi's learned. Listen to Saren just a little bit more.
well, he's
Well,
dead now.
there's no more listening
Right.
to Saren.
True.
Listen to Saren's player. He knows what he's talking about.
If Saren starts talking to you in game again, you might want to go see a different cleric for some help.
True. That is true.
Okay. So well, if you guys do have any questions, feel free to message me. I'll get back to them as soon as I can. If I don't talk to you all before then, you guys have a great weekend, and see you all Monday.
Yeah. Okay, bye.
Oh, dear.
Since
Yeah.
oh fuck. Never mind. No,
Oh,
my
okay,
Zoom
great.
crashed.
Right, guys.
Not everybody.
Bye.
And thank you all for those that stayed with us. Interesting climax to the story, but well, these things happen. Nevertheless, you guys have a great weekend. See you next time. just a little thing between you and Bryn.
What?
Nothing.
No matter what happens, I want you all to stay together, and I want you to do what you need to do to get out of here. Don't worry about me. Help as you can if you can. But mostly worry about yourselves, okay?
I'm not leaving you alone. You can do this.
If anything happens, I want to know that you will be okay.
I'll be safe.